You probably have a friend like this guy, feeling isolated right now, not sure who they can talk to, disconnected in a world where apparently we're only ever 6 degrees of separation away from anybody. What if we could turn that separation into a connection through one purposeful conversation where you help a friend take the first step to improve their well-being? A conversation so positive that it sparks 6 connections, and each of those 6 more. Once that happens 6 times, then over 46,000 people have been helped. This is mental health powered by mates. So, who are your 6 connections?
Quite fashionable to say that the education system is broken. It's not broken. It's wonderfully constructed. It's just that we don't need it anymore. The Victorians were great engineers. They engineered a system that was so robust that is still with us today. Continuously producing identical people for a machine that no longer exists. That's the first day at the hole in the wall. On your right is an 8-year-old. To his left is his student. She is 6. And he's teaching her how to browse. You've given us a machine that works only in English, so we had to teach ourselves English in order to use it.
Signinap is the smart, flexible solution for managing visitors, staff and students in schools, colleges and universities. With integration to your existing MIS system and the ability to record students arriving late or leaving early, taking care of your attendance records couldn't be easier. In the event of an emergency, it's easy to create an up-to-date evacuation list, and you can be confident that all data is stored securely, complying with GDPR and safeguarding policies. Budget-friendly and easy to use. Signinap. Try it free today.
You probably have a friend like this guy, feeling isolated right now, not sure who they can talk to, disconnected in a world where apparently we're only ever 6 degrees of separation away from anybody. What if we could turn that separation into a connection through one purposeful conversation where you help a friend take the first step to improve their well-being? A conversation so positive that it sparks 6 connections and each of those 6 more. Once that happens 6 times, then over 46,000 people have been helped. This is mental health powered by mates. So, who are your 6 connections?
It's quite fashionable to say that the education system is broken. It's not broken. It's wonderfully constructed. It's just that we don't need it anymore. The Victorians were great engineers. They engineered a system that was so robust that is still with us today. Continuously producing identical people for a machine that no longer exists. That's the first day at the hole in the wall. On your right is an 8-year-old. To his left is his student. She is 6. And he's teaching her how to browse. You've given us a machine that works only in English, so we had to teach ourselves English in order to use it.
Signinap is the smart, flexible solution for managing visitors, staff and students in schools, colleges and universities. With integration to your existing MIS system and the ability to record students arriving late or leaving early, taking care of your attendance records couldn't be easier. In the event of an emergency, it's easy to create an up-to-date evacuation list, and you can be confident that all data is stored securely, complying with GDPR and safeguarding policies. Budget-friendly and easy to use. Signinap. Try it free today.
You probably have a friend like this guy, feeling isolated right now, not sure who they can talk to, disconnected in a world where apparently we're only ever 6 degrees of separation away from anybody. What if we could turn that separation into a connection through one purposeful conversation where you help a friend take the first step to improve their well-being. A conversation so positive that it sparks 6 connections, and each of those 6 more. Once that happens 6 times, then over 46,000 people have been helped. This is mental health powered by mates. So, who are your 6 connections?
Quite fashionable to say that the education system is broken. It's not broken. It's wonderfully constructed. It's just that we don't need it anymore. The Victorians were great engineers. They engineered a system that was so robust that is still with us today. Continuously producing identical people for a machine that no longer exists. That's the first day at the hole in the wall. On your right is an 8-year-old. To his left is his student. She is 6. And he's teaching her how to browse. You've given us a machine that works only in English, so we had to teach ourselves English in order to use it.
Signinap is the smart, flexible solution for managing visitors, staff and students in schools, colleges and universities. With integration to your existing MIS system and the ability to record students arriving late or leaving early, taking care of your attendance records couldn't be easier. In the event of an emergency, it's easy to create an up-to-date evacuation list, and you can be confident that all data is stored securely, complying with GDPR and safeguarding policies. Budget-friendly and easy to use. Signinap. Try it free today.
Hello. Welcome to the Edufuturists Awards 2022. Wow, it's good to be back. It's that time of year again, and it's really great to have you here. Thanks so much for those of you who are joining us today. We are excited about this. This is the 4th year, lads. 4th year we've done this. 3 years online, and we did one in person a few years ago as well. So yeah, and as a team, we never kind of imagined that we would get to this, and that we would be having so many people involved and so many awards. It's brilliant, and so we know that every year we get the chance to celebrate people and organisations doing wonderful things from around the world. So yeah, we're here.
Yeah, we will. We'll firstly introduce ourselves in a second. We'll be your hosts for the day. If you are regular listeners to or watchers of the podcast, you will know our faces. You might not recognise Dan. He's in disguise. He's wearing a cap, but he's here just below me on my screen. We plan this more than anything that we ever plan. Podcast is free flowing, but we do have a bit of a plan behind the scenes. But the interesting thing, we will kind of touch upon along the way that we didn't know whether Dan was going to be making it for the intro. So it might be, you might see me and Dan talking a little bit and Dan chipping in where needed, because we didn't know he was going to be in the metaverse somewhere.
I didn't realise I was going to be in either. I'd planned coming in.
I forgot to invite you, mate. I forgot to invite you. But yeah, so we'll
probably give that a bit of context. I wasn't just having a lie in and just.
You're in the metaverse, Dan. You're in the metaverse from what I've heard.
No, we had a big day at work today. Amanda Spielman, the top dog at Ofsted, was in, so had to be around. Just happened to fall on today, but managed to escape early. And
thanks to Amanda tuning in to the awards as well. Thanks for sharing that link, Dan. And
she's here. She's here with me right now. Say hello, Amanda.
I'll say back to being sensible. But if you listen on a regular basis, you'll know that sensible is something that we don't do on often. We'll be popping up in between the award winners, our sponsors, and obviously the stuff as we go through. If it's the first time that you're ever meeting us, we started the podcast and the work as educators. We're still full time in either in education or supporting around the peripheries in education in different guises. But we work hard on the podcast. I say hard. We work on the podcast. Around...
Some of us do, Steve. Some of us do.
All right. Well, let's not talk about that one. But I do try. But we're also dads. We've got full-time roles and busy roles. But around our podcast and the Edufuturists, what drives us is our passion and our curiosity, I think. And you know what? I think what's really exciting is that we've found so many like-minded wackos, and I use that term in terms of a real endearing bit of people that join the awards, people that listen to our podcast that have the same that the system or education is changing and changing better. But let's do the introductions. Ben, do you want to?
Yeah, so I'm Ben Whittaker. You can see it on my thing. Look, there's my lovely little handle as well. I don't know if you can see it. Maybe you can. You can. My name's Ben. I am a religious studies teacher by background, by trade. Now, after 14 years working in a classroom and in management and whatever else, I've gone self-employed and I'm supporting businesses and educational establishments with their digital stuff and some of their training as well. So I've had a fantastic year this year. I've just come up to the anniversary of 12 months in working for myself. So been out on a bus, not been driving it, but I've been out on a bus and I've been doing loads of cool stuff as well. So yeah, I'm Ben.
And I'm Steve. Done a bit of talking this morning, but this afternoon. But so I 17 years in education, further education. Began my life as a PE teacher, and then moved into different roles. And then a year ago, kind of coincided with Ben. Sounded like we had a conversation. We were ready to leave. Maybe it was stimulated by a podcast episode. Who knows? But since in the last year, I've been working as a CEO of a global ed tech company, and really privileged to do so. Still supporting education solely. And yeah, I've had a busy year. Another kiddo. So I'm now a dad of two, under two. So I've got a little Ella, as you know, and you met on a couple of years ago, and now we've got Ollie, who is 6 months next week. So yeah, it's been a busy year for me. And then last but not least, the man, the myth, the legend. Over to you, Dan.
Hello. Yeah. My name's Dan. Currently the strategic lead for digital at a group of colleges in the northeast of England. So Sunderland College, Northumberland College and Hartlepool Sixth Form. Looking at their digital strategy and where we go from here post-COVID. So quite exciting, quite new for me. Those who know me know I've got a secondary school background. So moving into FE is a new one for me. Just about to finish the first year, and exciting stuff. And the awards, it's here. It's. I know, Ben, you tweeted as I was rushing home in the car about 10 minutes ago. I noticed you tweeted hands free. I was looking at my phone, hands free, of course. That it's the highlight of your year. You look forward to it all year, and I think it's probably the same for all of us, all three of us here. That it is kind of the pinnacle. It's always kind of in the back of our minds of what we're going to do, who we're going to have with us, the awards, the amazing people we're celebrating. Because I suppose we're in a great position where, although we've got kind of our day jobs, we're always in a position where we meet regularly and we're looking out, aren't we, onto that horizon of where the future of education is going to go, and seeing some things as they come down the line, and then also being in these amazing communities that we're in, within education, within the UK and beyond, seeing those key people who are driving that forward. So amazing, as always, for the fourth year in a row to get together and celebrate. And we do that not to stick a pin badge on somebody's work or somebody and go, well done, but actually to highlight to the rest of the community, really, that this is where we're going. These are the people we should get in contact with and build that community around.
100%, and that ties really nicely into this day. So this day isn't just about us presenting with a sponsor to an individual or to a school or a college. It's about you as a community involved, and we know that loads of you are already in the chat in YouTube, on YouTube, and I believe that Sagata's on there as well. So you can have a conversation with with Sagata on YouTube. But we want you to post your thoughts in the chat. So we're keen to hear from you. If you want to do that on YouTube, that's great. Put your questions and comments in there. We're going to leave a couple in as we go and give you some stimulus. But also tell us who you are, where you're coming from today, and the reality is that me and Dan and Steve will just chat on and on and on. We have no problem with that, but it gets a little bit lonely. So thank you for those of you that are already putting in that are saying that they're coming from Hogwarts. Georgina, thanks for that. I know we've got people in from New Orleans, Kuala Lumpur, Australia, just people from all over the world. So that blows my mind straight away, lads. That fact blows my mind that we're not just like three northern lads from north of England with funny accents. We are like, there's people at the other side of the world that are listening to this and watching this. So we couldn't be more grateful for that. So if you've got an opportunity to do that, please do put your information in the chat, or on socials, you can do that as well. So this afternoon is absolutely packed to the rafters. It would be remiss of me not to let people know about this young fella who we are super excited to hear from today. Outstanding achievement in education. He already knows he's won it. Sponsored in partnership with C Learning. Sagata Mitra, the man, the myth, the legend, the true man, myth, and legend. Not Dan Fitzpatrick. Sagata Mitra. He is going to be coming up, and then throughout the day, we've got 2 parts for you, and there's a cuppa break in the middle. We've got some fantastic awards coming up. The Wellbeing Champion. University, colleges, all sorts of stuff. We are literally going all around education. So we are so excited about that.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really looking forward to it. I know it's. Sorry, I might be throwing you guys here. I'm totally going off because I'm not in the script for the intro, so I'm just chipping in.
We've got 4 minutes left before the first award down. So just remember, there has to be that person who keeps it to time, and that's me. So you've got 15 seconds. Off you go.
We've never we've always posted the awards out, haven't we? Because while we've been doing it online, we've always posted the awards out after the event, and then we see photos of them on Twitter, and people email the awards, like the physical awards. But I'm really excited because we've actually managed, because Sagata knew he was going to win and it had been decided a while ago, we've actually managed to get the award to Sagata. So I'm really looking forward to just seeing the award, because it's the first time we see them as well, because we obviously don't see them here because we're in our houses. And I know it's there's a lot more exciting things going on today, but that's quite exciting for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and don't forget, like we've said, we love you to talk about it, discuss with us, put into the chat. But also, if you think that actually you potentially know other people that might want to be involved in the community, be engaged, like what we're talking about, and want to share it out, share the love. Obviously, on social media, hashtag Edufuturists Awards 2022. And don't forget, if you're putting any questions on social and you can't, and you're not watching on YouTube, make sure that you use the hashtag so we can try and follow on and keep a ticket on those ones as well. We'll read some of the comments out during the day from both social media and in the chat as well, and try and get you as engaged with some of the sponsors, with some of the winners, but also with Sagata as we go through. If you're watching on the YouTube live stream, subscribe to our channel, and don't forget that you can add your comments that way. Otherwise, you're just going to be a bit of a passive vessel. But please do ask questions, get involved. This is to celebrate the community, not just us, as we've said. So yeah.
Reality is, this event would not be possible without the partnerships that we've built. And we talk about sponsors, you talk about that, but really these people are partners. Some of them have been coming back year after year, and we are super grateful to these people for being involved. Primary ICT, C Learning, Net Support, Visor IT, the ANME, Canopy, Six Connections, Signinap, Learnosity, and StreamYard, who have partner with us for the individual awards today, and they will be presenting with us today. We're almost at that point, but the reality is that we, just to explain for those people who didn't know, we had a public vote where everybody could put their votes in for the winners, and then we had an esteemed panel of 7 human beings and an avatar, plus the public vote, that created a 9-person panel of the judges who have decided the winners today. We haven't decided them, so if you're upset, blame these people. But yeah, we want to thank them for their time. They spent lots and lots of time going through the shortlisting information, thinking about who it was going to be. So thank you for that. And for those people who voted it in that public vote, we've had 12,000 votes on our awards, which is just mind-blowing. So thank you. So we haven't got long, so I think we're probably just going to have to do this really quickly, lads, before we get into our first award for today. But let's have a think about where we go next, and then at some point in the day, we've got a bit of time, we may well talk about our favorite podcast from this year. So should we kind of just have a go at that, lads, where we want to go next, what we want to do? Steve, Dan?
Yeah, I'll talk about the non-disclosure stuff. Shall we?
Don't talk about it because it's non-disclosure.
Yeah. So the thing that I've really enjoyed this year that we will not be able to publicise is as we said, we started the podcast to kind of try and influence education for change through a larger scale community rather than beyond us. And we are now in a privileged position to be working with and be involved with awarding bodies, exam boards, behind the scenes that we can't publicise, to try and shape the future of the exams or the endpoint assessments or assessment as a whole. And we're doing that quietly, but with influence. And we kind of never thought we'd get to that point, but it's such a privilege to be, I suppose, celebrated by the community. So those awarding bodies are seeing us through the work that you are championing, so we can try and influence a change for us all, not just ourselves. So that's one thing I'm really excited about. And I suppose, do we make the announcement now that next year, the awards will be in person? There will be a hybrid. We are bringing face-to-face awards back. We don't know where it's going to be. It might be Hogwarts. Who knows? I love a bit of Quidditch. But the intention is to have a face-to-face awards with a hybrid element, because we have an international audience as well. And that will be the intention. And that will only be... we've got a lot of planning to do, haven't we, lads? We have got a lot of planning to do. It stresses me out. How are we going to get that one off the ground?
It's going to be good. It's going to be good, I'm sure. The other thing that we are really excited to discuss, well, I am. I don't know if the other two are excited. I think they're excited about it, but we've been talking about this for about 3 years. We are going to be completing in the next 12 months, lads. This is we're doing it public now. People are going to hear it. Our first Edgy Futurist books. we have been thinking about this. I say books, I meant book. Lads, don't panic. We don't need to do more than one. But we have been planning about writing about the future education for a while. So we are going to publish a book in the next 12 months or so. So watch this space for that. And Dan, I know you're super passionate about another element as well that we're hoping to get off the ground in the next 12 months. So do you want to tell us about the community stuff you were talking about?
Yeah, I didn't know what you were going to say there. Yeah, I guess it's another element that we talk about, and that we want to give some serious thought to over the next coming year. Of how do we develop this community of edufuturists and kind of utilize the power? And I know we talk about that. We want to be a change for good in education, and this is what we're doing today. But how do we do that throughout the year as well, in terms of getting people together to learn from each other, to share, and to have that community? Because I think innovators are often quite lonely, and to be with other innovators around the country, around the world, I think is gonna help boost what we're doing and forward education for the better.
Yeah, absolutely. So 3 big announcements there, and that's just the start. We will at some point in today talk about some of our favourite podcasts from this last 12 months, and we are excited thinking about where that's going to go as well. So, yeah, exciting times. So I think without further ado, we're not far behind time here, so it's a good start. Our first award today is for Wellbeing Champion, and we talked about this last year. We changed the title from Mental Health Champion because we think mental health is more than just mental health. We're thinking about wellbeing in general, and it is our absolute privilege to partner with the team from Six Connections, and I'm wearing my t-shirt, as he's probably spotted already, and our presenter from Six Connections, Dave Scholes, is also wearing the same colour t-shirt. It's like we coordinated this, Dave. We didn't. So I'm going to bring Dave into the studio. Dave, great for you to join us.
Mate, we need to chat about this more, don't we? Good grief.
Mate, I only have one t-shirt, though, just saying.
Yeah, I didn't think this through at all today. Well, it's nice, isn't it? It's nice that we're matching.
Yeah.
Can I just put it out there? How would you tell somebody's from the northwest or the north of England? You count the amount of time to say mate. I get pulled upon as soon as I go further past Sheffield. People call me out and like, why do you say mate so much? I was like, well, I suppose we have a lot of mates, don't we? But yeah, literally, it's the most northern conversation we've had. Dan's sitting in the background sweating because he wants to get involved. I can see him itching. Nobody else can. He's backstage. He wants to say the word mate. Do we bring him in at any point? But how are we doing, mates? We all right?
Yeah, good. Thank you very much. Yeah, doing well.
So we believe this is super important to us. We've made this front and center, our first award this year, and I know that our winner last year, Kat Lamin, absolutely loved the fact that we'd celebrated this. So we talked with Dave and Andy. Staff wellbeing is a massive challenge for every school, college, university, for every organisation actually, but in education it's a challenge too. And so we wanted to make sure that we're championing those people that are doing something special in this arena, and that's why we started to work with you, Dave. So I don't know if you want to give us a little bit of your story briefly, and then let us know why it's important for you to join us on this.
Yeah, absolutely. Cheers, boys. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's a huge thing for us. You know, my background in mental health came in with a loss of a mate. To be honest, it came in left field. It wasn't something that I was expecting, and you know, on the back of my journey, I wanted to create something really as an entity to help other people that would be going through other things. And obviously, COVID over the last couple of years, we've all been in a space where I think this whole concept of mental health and well-being is talked about a whole lot more. We've all been through some things that maybe we weren't expecting to go through, certainly in the education space more than anything. And we really want to just create this, I guess, space within business and within education for people just to stop and breathe, however difficult that is within an education space, and just to really start some of these conversations with the people around them, friends, family, colleagues, before it gets to that point of too serious and more difficult to deal with. You know, we want to talk about this stuff when people are doing well, not just when maybe they're not doing so well. And we've been really privileged this year to start working more so now we're allowed to get back into school with a lot of local primary schools. We have a delivery program called I'm Married to a Teacher, which is an interesting take on it because I am. And I get the honesty from my wife when she comes home every day, some of the stuff that she maybe can't unpack at school because she's got to keep herself together for 30 odd kids in a class. You know, there's the colleagues going through similar things. And we just want to create a space where the things that maybe I take on board at home and have to manage and look after myself whilst I'm looking after her, or something that hopefully we can put into the education space as well. You know, it's just about looking after yourself. And if you're doing okay, how do you look after the people around you? You know, a genuine culture of care is what we're all about.
Love it, and I've seen it. I've seen your work firsthand. I know that I've been involved with some of that as well, with the roast and toast stuff, and getting teachers and people from all walks of life together to chat. It's talked, and many of you have seen the advert at the beginning. I'll see that in the break as well, where this idea about connection and about maintaining and building that connection is what helps people. It's just a chat. Whether that's through beer or through coffee or through whatever else it is. And Six Connections is doing great work. Dave and Andy are doing a fantastic work there. There's a broader community of people that are pulling this together as well. So we are excited to be involved with you. So Dave, without further ado, do you want to get into your little spiel about the awards?
Absolutely, yes. So again, absolute privilege to be involved with you guys with Edufuturists for this year's awards. We were involved last year, and it's something that we're extremely passionate about and want to make it something that we do for many, many years to come. So it is our pleasure to present this year's Wellbeing Champion, and the nominees are as follows. I love this bit. I loved it last year, and I love it now. So we've got Miriam Sasheer and Sean Whitehead from That Staff Room podcast. We've got Scott Hayden and the BCOT digital team. We've got Beth Preston from Queen Anne's School, Caversham, and we've got Ella Hughes from Chapel Street Community Primary School. And the winner of the 2022 Wellbeing Champion is Beth Preston from Queen Anne's School. Congratulations, Beth. Well done.
Hello. Thank you very much. Hello, all. Thank you, Dave. And I know you're doing amazing work with Six Connections. Thank you, as my colleague.
Brilliant. Love that.
I know you're doing amazing work, and I would really like to join you on your roast and toast sessions. Wonderful. I know you do weekly sessions, which are great, and I'd love to come along and be a part of that, actually. So,
wonderful. We'll make that happen.
Thank you very much. I was really touched to just be nominated, actually, and really speechless to win.
I know.
So I think any of the nominees would be really worthy winners, and anyone who sets out to make a positive impact on somebody else is a winner to me. So I'll gladly accept this for all the nominees.
Absolutely. So Beth, could you just give us a little bit of an insight for those people who don't know you about what you've done or what you're doing to champion wellbeing in schools and in education?
Absolutely. I think since 2018, I attended a mental health first aid course, and I just found it so inspiring. Actually, I put myself on it for a personal reason. And I found the whole thing really inspiring. I come back and I just thought, how can I make a difference? I didn't want to just be a mental health first aider that no one really knows what they do. I wanted to actually make a positive impact every day. So from there, it just grew. I send out weekly wellbeing emails covering a variety of topics. Nothing's off the table. We do men's health, women's health. We've covered menopause, testicular cancer, loads of topics. So we send those out weekly, and I run a wellbeing email support service as well for all staff, along with an information display board, and lots going on really. And we just want to expand it, and just support the staff here so they know who to turn to, because I think for a lot of people and a lot of companies, your work and your personal life is so intertwined. You can't always leave stuff that goes on at home at the door when you come to work, and vice versa. And sometimes you come to work and you need an outlet. Yeah. And you need an outlet on site, I feel. someone that you can turn to when you find yourself just needing a chat or in crisis. And that's what really we want to provide here is,
I think it's so good, and I know that that's something that you are pioneering. That's something that's making a real difference where you are, and we hope that this award is something to recognise that, a small kind of token towards that. But we also know that, and I know you'll be the same, you and Dave. We want to recognise all the people that are in education that are making such a massive difference and thinking about not just about educational outcomes, but thinking about what the toll that plays, both on students and on education staff. And so anything that we can do to work together and champion that will be fantastic. And in fact, in the next few weeks, you may well be seeing something that we're going to be doing around championing mental health in education. So watch your space for that. So, Dave, thanks for joining us on again this year, and I know that we'll have a conversation about next year. And Beth, congratulations again. This year's 2022 Wellbeing Champion is Beth Preston.
Thank you so much.
Great. Well,
I'm
one down. One down, Steve.
I know. We'll move on to the next one, but well done to Beth. Thanks a lot to Dave and Six Connections, but also congratulations to everybody that was nominated, shortlisted, and then obviously everybody that got to that stage. It's a collective effort, and I think mental health will only change by rather than just one person, everybody getting involved and speaking about it, rather than it being a taboo subject. But
or a to-do subject. I see what you've done there, Steve. Very good. Very good. Very good.
Yeah. Wow, not a wordsmith, am I? But yeah, so we move on. Try to catch up time. How do we do this every year? We love to waffle, don't we? But yeah, University of the Year in partnership with StreamYard. It's one of those things where we won't bring StreamYard in. For those people who know StreamYard, and those people who don't, you now do. This is how we are promoting our awards. We use it to go live on our podcast and stream to YouTube every single week, every Thursday, but also how we run our awards, our events, and everything else. And we love to partner with StreamYard. StreamYard has become, from its infancy to where it is now, a large organisation that's making difference and is building connectivity through the online platform across the globe. So we celebrate work that StreamYard are doing and really proud that they are partnering with us, and we work with them on our promotion of our online platform and work. So, yeah, University of the Year. You know what? I didn't necessarily know the innovation around universities, I suppose, a couple of years ago. Further education, I was immersed in it, but it actually... I've got more involved in conversations when some of the work I was doing around the EdTech Summit, a spin-off of the Schools and Academies show, where I got to see some of the great work around and across the sectors and in Ireland as well, where universities are really doing some wonderful stuff at the cutting edge around pedagogy. And the real thing that I'd say about that I've learned from universities is how can all of the different faculties and all of the different mechanisms and bits of education work together. And I think universities get it more than everybody, from the leadership to the lecturers and the educators to the IT teams. It seems like they really get the element of a focus to try and move things forward as a collective. So yeah, definitely. And do we want to waffle anymore, Ben?
I know. I think that's cool. I think that's good. University is one of those things that you just think we know that they're a big player in shaping the rest of the education sector. So we need to make sure that we celebrate the innovation and the stuff that's going in there. So yeah, Steve, over to you.
So over to me. So the nominees for University of the Year are University of York, Lancaster University Management School, UA 92, and Teesside University. And the winner of the Edufuturists University of the Year 2022 is Teesside University. So should we bring him in? And we have the two esteemed colleagues, Mark and John. Thanks for joining us and congratulations, guys.
Thank you. We're delighted to be here and even more delighted to get the award. So thank you very much. It means a great deal.
And Mark, and for everybody, I know we've touched base a couple of times, haven't we, in different guises over some of the work I've been doing with universities and everything else. And can you just tell us a bit about the work that Teesside's doing? And I know that we talked about that you've got an event yourself going on today, and kind of showcases some of the stuff that you've got going on. And it's lucky that I'm thinking, is anybody going to attend? Do we even have an opportunity? And to get two of you here is absolutely wonderful. So do you want to tell us a bit about the work you're doing and stuff that you've got going on today?
Yeah, thanks, Stephen. And yeah, we have an event on. It's our Future Facing Learning Conference, which is a conference that's bringing together FE, HE, industry leaders and looking at the journey that we're on in this space. But we've been on a journey for about the last 5 years. We partly as a result actually of the rest of the sector, to be honest, Ben, because I was a governor at a primary school and a secondary school, and my view was that they were doing more in the ed tech space than universities were doing, and that when these young people started to grow up and eventually get to university, they would kind of go, what's going on? So it became apparent to me that we really had to up our game in this space. And you know, picking up on Stephen's point, it's been a real whole university approach. So one of the things that we've done, and I'll let Jonathan speak, Jonathan led up the sort of learning, teaching, enhancement element of what we've been doing, but worked really closely with our IT colleagues. And for a long time, those spaces have worked in silos, and IT have kind of been seen as a kind of service to the rest of the university, rather than actually something and individuals that should be working closely with the academics to shape the strategy and ensure that we don't just focus on the sort of hardware and software, but we actually focus on the pedagogy and ensure that we've got the right staff development. And Jonathan and his team were fundamental in that. We've been working closely with a number of tech companies, and they have been fantastic. We're an Apple Distinguished School, we're an Adobe Creative Campus, and we've worked in partnership with Microsoft for a number of years as well. And that's something else that I think has been crucial. We work with a number of, you know, software and hardware providers, and they've been, you know, they've really fallen over themselves to support us in the education space. I think particularly through the pandemic, and it would be remiss of me not to reference them. But I'll let Jonathan just say a couple of words, but thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, I think it's important to recognise that first of all, we were incredibly proud to be one of the finalists, looking at some of the other institutions that are on that list as well, and the fantastic work that they're doing in this space also. As Mark mentioned, we've been on this journey since about 2016, and although it's just us two sat on the camera at the moment, in fact, it rests on the hard work of colleagues across the university, hundreds of staff who've been engaged with this agenda and working tremendously hard during the pandemic and before it to give the best possible experience to our students. I'd also like to thank the Edufuturists community, both for giving this award, but also for the impact that you make across the educational sector. And I hope we can use this as a bit of a springboard to work with our partners across the education sector, whether that's schools, colleges, or universities, on this common mission that we've all got to use tech for good for the benefits of our students and our communities. So thank you.
And very humble from both, and yeah, really appreciate it. And just to say thanks a lot, guys. And again, the University of the Year, Edufuturists 2022 is Teesside University. Thanks a lot, guys. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, 2 down, 8 to go. 8 to go. We're doing well, and we're back on time, ladies and gents. We are back on time. So, we have got our third award, which is one that we love to do because all of us, me, Dan, and Steve, have been involved in staff training since forever, and we think that it's really important that CPD is super important to what we do. And do you know what, before we get into this and before we bring our partners on, I think it'd be remiss of me not to mention the fact that we've talked about being international. We are, in fact, sometimes I think about myself as calling myself Pitbull Mr. International. But the true Mr. International is about to jump on screen in a moment, and he's not on his own. Mr. International, he's joining us from the Big Easy, New Orleans itself. We've got Andy joining us from Canopy. Andy.
Morning, everyone. Thanks, Ben, for having us on, particularly for having us on so early in the run, which means it's still 7:06 now here in New Orleans. It's great to join you all. Christina.
Wow. It's so difficult, Andy, for you. You know, my heart bleeds. I've had to get up at 5:30 to in America. But good to see Christina as well. We were Innovator Sweden 2019.
Nice to see you. Yes. So I'm here today with Andrew, the CEO of Canopy, and Rachel, our head of marketing. As you said, we're live here from New Orleans. We just wrapped up our first ISTE conference and celebrated Canopy's second birthday. Canopy being a community interest company with the interest being passionate about using digital technology to enhance teaching and learning.
So we know we've worked with Canopy a little bit, and we know that Canopy are doing great things around the world. The Canopy magazine, workspace skills, training, certified coaches, the Google Innovator Program, anything that's really cool right now. Andy Caffrey's got his finger in that pie. So, but we are a little bit, look at him all corporate now with his Canopy logo, with his Canopy t-shirt. I'm not going to lie, mate. We are absolutely gutted that there's no Russian hat and there's no waistcoat and bow tie.
Well, I know, but we've got to be on brand. Now we have a marketing person like Rachel sitting behind me. He's not going to allow me just to wander in here and with loads of beads on and a funny hat just because I'm in New Orleans.
I expected, if there's going to be two of you next year, green and orange tuxedos like one of my favourite films, a British one. Because
maybe I need a Canopy tuxedo on brand.
Yes.
I want to see that face to face next year, and don't be an excuse of ISTE stopping you coming in, Andy. We'll just have to plan around it.
Love it. So, do you want to let us know a little bit why you chose to be involved with this, and then let us know about your nominees?
Yeah, we think staff engagement and training is really important in schools. It's what Canopy is formed around is this concept that both students and teachers need training to make the best use of digital platforms. And so right at the core of what we do is about the fact that we want to improve teaching and learning through the use of technology, and that comes from training. And that's why we're really passionate about the Training Award, because this would highlight people who are doing amazing things in this space.
And we're really pleased to be partnering again with the Edufuturists Awards 2022, and it is our pleasure to present the Staff Engagement and Training Award. The nominees are Ben Rouse, Lawrence Tijani, Katie Story, Susan Ward. And the winner of the 2022 Staff Engagement and Training Award is Lawrence Tijani. Congratulations, Lawrence.
Thank you. You can see I'm smiling like a Cheshire cat. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Canopy. Really made up about this. Do I say a few words here?
Lawrence, you're never short of a few words.
I think we've got Lawrence speechless. Have we got Lawrence Tijani speechless? Wow.
I think you have. Yeah. I've got a few words. I'm extremely honoured to receive this award, and if I'm being completely honest, I didn't really expect to win. I never win anything. The other nominees in this award were capable, if not more, and shout out to them. When I left teaching a couple of years ago, I was lost and I wasn't sure what I was going to do. I pretended that I had everything under control, and actually I was freaking out of what do I do next? I left teaching not through the lack of love for it, but due to my health, and that left a bitter taste in my mouth. I was able to find a new role in life that I enjoyed, training and working with staff in education. So I feel blessed to be able to work with educators that are making an impact in the classroom and shaping the minds of tomorrow. All I do is play a tiny supporting role. I want to say thank you to everyone who has supported me along the way, particularly when I was challenging the notion that EdTech can sometimes be for a select few or an exclusive party that you just couldn't get into. It's been hard at times. I've suffered horrendous abuse on social media for just wanting to make our sector more inclusive and diverse. This is why programs like the Diverse Educator and the Inclusive Google Trainer community are vital to amplify voices that we might not hear from. I thank all the schools and colleges that have trusted me with your members of staff. And a massive shout out to Ben Rouse, who is actually, I see as my mentor. He'll never agree to it, but I'm doing well, Ben. Thank you. When people ask me how I want to be remembered, I say this to my young mentees. I just want to represent an idea that no matter where you come from, what you look like, your gender, sexuality, or age, you can become anything you want if you put in the hard work and have a great network, or as we love to call it, a PLN. Thank you.
Lawrence, so totally well deserved, and I know that Ben, who was also nominated with you today, will be cheering you on from the sidelines, and super proud for you. It's an honour to give you this because we look at you as somebody who is leading the way. So thank you for that. Thank you, Andy, Christina, and Rachel, hiding behind the glitter ball there, for having us and being involved with us today. The winner of the Staff Engagement and Training Award 2022 is Lawrence Tajani. Well done. So, yes, here we go.
Yeah, Lawrence, we were privileged that Lawrence came up and joined us at one of our colleges a few months ago and spoke to our students, and he really did an amazing job for us. He went on a bit of a carousel and did loads of workshops with our students, and they just loved him. They loved how fresh his content is, what he's got to say to people, because it's genuine, it's authentic. So really pleased to see Lawrence successful there. Congratulations, Lawrence. It's well deserved.
Absolutely.
So we're at the part that a lot of people have been waiting for. We are going to be welcoming in a few people in just a second, but I just want to give you a bit of background, because I think every year we try to outdo ourselves, don't we, in terms of who we're going to get at our awards and who we're going to ask to speak, or who we're going to give the Outstanding Achievement Award to. And we really wanted to be representative of someone who has inspired the community for a long time, and who's actually done it as well, who's put boots on the ground and actually gone out and actually tried to change the face of education. Now, a few months ago, we were having a podcast with we did a joint podcast with the Talking Cod podcast, a group of lads who near Ben, actually, in the northwest, and we were chatting away, and one of them, and they're not from an education background at all, and one of them brought up someone called Siddhartha Mitra, and it brought a lot of memories back for me, actually, because, and like many other people, I've watched his TED Talks. He's got some really famous TED Talks out there from a few years ago, and also his experiment, the hole in the wall experiment. Which, if you haven't heard of Siddhartha, you will know his hole in the wall experiment from what he did in India, in the slums there with the children and using the internet and a computer. So, and it really made me think, why don't, after last year, because we had an amazing guest last year. We had Josh Dan, who'd worked with Elon Musk at SpaceX. I was like, there's only one way to go here. It has to be Siddhartha. It has to be. Either that or Ken Robinson, and Ken Robinson, unfortunately, is no longer with us. So it had to be Siddhartha. And then I was delighted to find out that Siddhartha lives in Gateshead. So I was like, what's going on? I live in Gateshead, by the way, in the northeast of England. I was like, this is destiny. And what is an educational rock and roll star doing living in Gateshead as well?
Dan, you live there. You are the educational rock and roll
star.
He's
talking about himself. Honestly, not self-promotion today, mate. Not self-promotion.
Right? Yeah. What's too rock and roll? Yeah, so it was great. Got in contact with Siddhartha, and we ended up having a coffee, and a Costa coffee, in Gateshead Town Centre.
They're not sponsors. Just so everybody knows.
and yeah, I think I mean, I've consumed so much of Sigata's content over the last few years. I knew he was the fit for what we do, but talking to him face to face and chatted. I think we chatted for we were supposed to meet for an hour, but we ended up chatting for a couple of hours just about education, where it's going, and I was delighted when Sigata said he would join us today and that he would accept the Outstanding Achievement in Education Award. Now, we are really, really privileged for this award to be doing this in partnership with C Learning. C Learning have supported us a lot in terms of the awards and other events over the last few years. So for C Learning to be partners on this special one is really special. And here is Jamie from C Learning. Hi, Jamie.
Hi, good to see everybody. Good afternoon.
Hi, it's Jamie. I know just anyone who follows your tweets, I think just last night you were tweeting about Sigata in one of his TED Talks. So could you just tell us give us an insight into why partnering on this award is especially special for you?
Absolutely. And just to respond to the point you were just making there, Dan, the privilege is all ours, really. It's a massive privilege to be part of the process today and to be part of this amazing event that showcases the very best talents across the whole of the world of education. As you guys know, one thing that we all have in common is a passion for learning and for education. We're all from education and still are in education in many ways. And it's one of my highlights of the year, this event. So it's just a massive, massive privilege to be part of the process. And in particular, in regard to this award, boy, is this a privilege, because I've been following Sigata's work for more years than I can remember. And just to build on some of the points you were saying there, I mean, what a person to be involved in the process today, because Sigata has delivered some of the most amazing TED Talks ever in history, including some of the most watched TED Talks in history. His famous one in 2013 was watched by several million people, and millions more have shared it globally as well. His work has influenced millions of educators across the world, but not just that. His work has also directly influenced things on the ground back in India, for example, because I was looking into some of Sigata's background and work, and there's a lot of research out there that suggests he's influenced the education of over 1 million children just in India alone, never mind the rest of the world, which is just remarkable. And his work has also influenced authors who've gone on to write the script that ultimately led to the movie Slumdog Millionaire as well, and lots of other things. And I think you've arrived if you've got your own very large Wikipedia page, and Sigata has that as well. So it's just amazing to be part of the process today. And also, one of the things I love about this event is its authentic link directly to education and the community that we all love and that we're part of. You just heard Lawrence there delivering that acceptance speech, which had me very emotional, actually, to be perfectly honest, because it's totally authentic. And I just thought, how amazing is that? Lawrence should get an award for acceptance speeches. So absolutely wonderful. But yeah, to be part of this process today is amazing. So thanks, guys, for the opportunity.
No, thank you. And it always is a privilege to work with C Learning and the passion that you guys have for education. I think it's dare I say it, it's sometimes rare to see that a company truly has that passion for improving education. And all of our sponsors today, all of our partners are those who we've chosen because they have that. But I think none more so than C Learning and the work that you guys are doing is just fantastic. So without further ado, we're going to bring in Sigata Mitra to accept his award. Sigata, thanks for joining us.
Hello.
Hello, how are you doing?
Fantastic. And it's always so nice to get an award, because I kind of become speechless for a moment, thinking, what have I done? Why did they do this? That kind of thing. So thank you very much. And here, by the way, is the award which arrived
yes.
right on time.
Oh yes, hold it up. Let's see it.
Looks like. Okay, now that's what it looks like. What it's got is it's got a perspex kind of side, and there are two pictures which overlap on top of each other, if you can make out. Well, I mean, it's gorgeous, basically. Thank you.
I'm absolutely beaming for the award. But you know what? And I know as regards to you obviously you're accepting, but a shout out to Dan just at this stage as well. Do you know, for those people in terms of our all work with Edufuturists, everything you see in terms of the design work, the video stuff, the awards, everything that goes with it is down to the talent of Dan. You know what, Dan? I was sitting last night, I was speaking to my wife, and I was like, you are so talented. And that award is down to you. Do you know? And he's saying about, I love to see him in the people's hands. You do more than anybody. What amazes me this year, we haven't changed our logo. But anyway, I'll skip over that one quickly. and well done. But massive thanks. And it looks wonderful, Sagata, to see it in your hands. It's the first time we've kind of seen it live on one of the awards. So
it's
to Dan on that
wonderful.
as well.
It is absolutely wonderful.
Huge congratulations.
You know, and may I also tell you that you wouldn't want to drop it on your toe. It's quite heavy.
just in case you do, Sagata, we aren't liable. Just so you know.
All right. Okay.
Sagata, is that right?
We're really privileged because as part of the acceptance, we asked you and I don't know if I was being a bit cheeky by doing this, but when we met, I did ask, could you, as part of your acceptance, share some of the key findings from your career? Because I know you've recently published in TESS just back in March, I think it was, and it stirred up quite a bit of controversy again among education in the UK about your predictions for the future. So we want to just sit and listen to you, if that's okay, for a bit longer and hear kind of from somebody who's researched it from an academic point of view, but as I say, who's actually done it and doing it and progressing the future of education. We're here to listen to what you've got to say, really. So we'll hand over to you. It's 23 minutes past 1 now. We'll go for the break at 1:45. So you've got this time, and I know you've prepared some slides, and we'll bring them in now. There we go, and we'll hand over to you. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Thank you, Dan. Let me tell you a little bit about myself, which is that I don't have a formal background in education. Okay, I didn't study education as a subject. What I did study as a subject is physics, and later I worked on computer science. So I got into education, accidentally. And it's important to mention that because, why did I get into education in the first place, and what did I do? When I got myself into education, as I will describe in a moment, I had to do a bit of soul searching to say, why would people listen to me talking about education when they know that I do not have a background in education? So I fell back onto a very time-tested method in science, which is that if I have something to say, can I send it to a peer-reviewed international journal? If they take it, then presumably what I've said is all right. So what I'm going to do in the next few minutes is to just step you through those key moments when peer reviewers accepted a result. And then I'll tell you what those results added up to. Okay, so let's see. Here we go. It all started with a guess. Way back, really, 1988. In 1988, in a conference in India, in Goa, I had said that if there's a shortage of teachers to teach about computers, and if there's a shortage of computers to give to children and so on, why don't we just give one computer or two computers or something like that to the children and just leave them alone with it. And the ones who manage to use it will rise. Everybody hated that. They said, this is lousy. This is not research. I mean, what you're saying is that the best will get better and the rest will, sort of get left behind. Anyway, nothing happened. Nothing happened for 11 years. 11 years later, in 1999, I got an opportunity to try my idea. It was a very simple experiment. I just stuck a computer into a wall in a slum in New Delhi, where I was working, and I just left it there. So naturally, if you see a computer on the road, which is about 3 feet off the ground, stuck into a wall like a bank ATM or something, children come in because it's so low. Okay, the adults kind of say, "Well, why is it down there?" But anyway, so the children would come in, and what would they do? And everybody said they'll do nothing because they haven't. Remember, this is 1999, because they don't know what a computer is. They don't know what the internet is. They don't know any English. So what do you expect? Well, that's not what happened. What happened was that the children made themselves computer literate in English. They learned to use computers and the internet by themselves in less than 6 months. So I put all that together and I sent it off to a pretty good journal. It's called the Australasian Journal of Educational Technology. And after struggling with the referees who said, your English is no good for social sciences. I mean, what do you think this is? This is not a physics journal. You're writing like a physicist, etc., etc. After several months, they said, but it's really interesting what he's saying. And they published it. That day, I knew that I had made a contribution that I can talk about, instead of just saying, oh, I did an experiment and that's about it. So that was the beginning. What did it say? It just said groups of children, if left alone with the internet, can teach themselves to use it. The question that came up was, how do they teach themselves? Well, the World Bank came in and they funded a huge project for me, and I repeated the experiment many times. This time I used a proper social science method, and I was able to establish that this will always happen with children. I brought all those results with me to England in 2006. In 2006, the University of Newcastle invited me to join them. And they said, you work, looks kind of interesting, so come over here. I came to Newcastle and realized very quickly that you cannot do anything outdoors in northeastern England because it's usually raining and very cold. So what I did instead was I took the hole in the wall inside the classroom. So what do? Well, you just take a computer, put it in the classroom, ask the children a question and say, can you figure that out? And exactly like it happened in India, well, even better than the way it happened in India, because the children in England knew English as their mother tongue, they started answering really difficult questions. And again, I faced that old query. Who is teaching them? I said, well, there's no one. Doesn't seem to be anyone. What can they learn? Well, I did a whole set of experiments and let me put it this way. I wasn't able to find something that they couldn't learn. A group of children faced with the internet and a question never came back and said, we couldn't understand anything. Never. So, is that all it takes? A group of children, an internet connection, and a question? Well, teachers said, we don't know. I mean, it sounds a bit, far-fetched, but in India, they asked me a really difficult question. They said, what if there is no one to ask the question? Where will you get the guy who asked the question? So I said, okay, let's turn to the internet again. And why can't I just beam a teacher in from somewhere? Back then, that was 2009. Remember, it's not 2022 where I'm beaming myself at you, and you know this. I mean, you're very used to all of this. but not back then. So I started beaming teachers into classrooms where they would ask a question and the hole in the wall would take over and the children would learn by themselves. I sent it off to another journal. I think it was a Norwegian journal. The referees said, okay, I mean, it's kind of poorly written. So I rewrote it and I rewrote it and I rewrote it and I got more data and I did all sorts of things. And it got published. When it got published, and I keep saying this to you again and again, when it got published in a peer-reviewed journal, then I knew that what I had said makes sense to someone. At that stage, I got invited into a very famous place. You know, I got invited from Newcastle University to the media lab at MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Cambridge, Massachusetts in the US. And no less than Professor Nicholas Negroponte, the guy who had made the media lab, invited me there for a year. I went there for a year and I did a bit more work and I made a concept called a school in the cloud. And I said, you know, not like a website. It's just that, why don't we bring the internet into schools, inside schools? Because remember, in most schools, even today, you're not allowed to bring in a device. And you're definitely not allowed to look at, you know, stuff on the internet while a lecture or a class is going on. I said, why don't we make something called a school in the cloud where everything is done on the internet? And I won the TED Prize for saying that, okay? And with that money, it was quite a bit of money, $1 million. With that, I brought that money into Newcastle University, and they funded a research project by which we made 8 labs, learning labs, schools in the cloud, 5 in India, or across the length and breadth of India, 2 in England, in northeastern England, inside schools. The picture you see here is one of those in Newton Aycliffe County, Durham, and 1 in Harlem, New York. Everywhere you had the children, 8, 10 years old, 12 years old, and you would just ask them a question. There would be internet. They would huddle around the internet. The hole in the wall would happen. So where are we today, 2022? Well, here's what's happening. The hole in the wall. Millions and millions of children in India and Africa still going strong. You know, there's an organization called Hello World. They make these kind of do-it-yourself kits called Hello Hubs, which are basically a kind of fold-up hole in the wall. And they put it in Africa. In India, there's an organization called the NIIT Foundation. NIIT is where I was working when I did the experiment. NIIT Foundation puts these into various places in India. I asked for an estimate from both of these organizations. I got a stunning number. I don't know. I don't think I can publish this, but they said over 10 million children. That's a lot of children. Okay. What about self-organized learning environments? You know what those are? Those are what I did in England. 1 computer inside a classroom, 1 or 2 or whatever, groups of children, and a big question. But that idea started traveling from Gateshead, where it started, throughout England, then throughout the UK, and to my surprise, then the rest of the world. China, Australia, South America. I went everywhere. And I saw everywhere groups of children doing what I had originally suggested. Answering questions using the internet instead of listening to a lecture. It's still going on. There are thousands of teachers who have used this. Maybe there are a few of them even listening right now. I made something called the Granny Cloud. Okay, this is the idea of beaming teachers in. And I thought, why don't we make a community of people who would kind of be amenable to being beamed in, maybe once or twice a week or whatever it is, a cloud of volunteers. It worked wonderfully well for about 12 years, but eventually it closed. It closed just recently, a few weeks ago, actually. I learned a big lesson from there. A volunteer effort is not how you can make a globally sustainable scheme. You need an organization and you need a management team. You need marketing. I mean, you know this. I should have known this, but I didn't. The Granny Cloud, to me, today forms an incredible opportunity for those of you who would like to get into it from a different perspective. We have the 12 years of experience from the Granny Cloud that existed before. We have the people who actually beamed themselves in all over the world and spoke to children. If we can put all of that together, we could have a new Granny Cloud. And what happened to the school in the cloud? Well, I wish I could say they worked wonderfully well everywhere. They didn't, okay? Remember I said I built 5 of them in India, 2 of them in England, 1 in America. Of those 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 were inside schools. Sorry, 5 were inside schools and 3 were out in the communities, okay? They were glittering, beautiful looking arrangements. All the ones inside communities stopped once the funding ran out. They said they did not understand how you can call something a school if it does not have a teacher. They said they did not understand how children are expected to learn things by themselves. This is not how it works, they said. But inside the schools in England, in America, and one of them in India, they quickly understood what it's for. They started to use it, the teachers started to use it, the parents loved it, the children absolutely delighted by it. But there was a problem. Let me explain that problem to you, and that's the last bit really. Exams. In an exam, you're not allowed any assistance. You can't just, look up a book, or you definitely cannot bring in your smartphone into an exam. So the teachers said, what good is a school in the cloud where they learn how to answer questions using the internet if they are not going to be allowed to do that in real life? And I thought to myself, there's something wrong here, because in real life, you and I, we look up the internet all the time. But looking up the internet during an exam is called cheating. So does it mean that you and I, when we look up stuff on our phone, we're all cheating all the time? That sounded really bad, But if it's not cheating, then why don't we allow the students to do it? Nobody listened. For 3 years I've been saying, allow children to use the internet during exams. Finally, this year, one country listened. The Ministry of Education, the government of Israel, started to experiment with putting in the internet into exam rooms. You can see a picture. This is an actual picture from Jerusalem of children answering an exam with the internet on. You know what we found? You might have thought everybody's going to get an A+ in everything. Sorry, that doesn't happen. There's a difference of only 10%. That's about all. So we didn't allow the children to use the internet in exams because of an unproven, unmeasured assumption that it's cheating. We need to change that. If we don't change that, then all my method, the hole in the wall, the school in the cloud, is not going to take off. Another thing that needs to be done, and you need to really understand this point, okay? We all use smartphones all the time, okay? We do everything with our smartphones. Look up maps, look up this, look up that. Whenever you have a question, you turn to your smartphone. Do you know how it works? I ask this to people. When you send a WhatsApp message from one phone to another, how does it get from one phone to the other? And people start guessing. Oh, it goes to a server. Let's say, which server? Where? More guessing, more guessing. We don't know. If you drive and I ask you what's making the wheels on your car move, you would say the engine. If I say what's in the engine, you would say, well, pistons, cylinders. You would know. In your GCSE, you learned about engines. But if I ask you how the internet works, you don't know. We use it 24/7, but we don't know how it works. That has to be changed. We need to make it a subject. You know, we shouldn't say we'll add it to computer science or we'll add it to science. No. It has to be a subject like history, geography, social science, a subject called the internet. If we did make a subject called the internet, who's going to teach it? Well, teachers. Where will you get a teacher who can teach the internet? If they could teach it well, they would be working for Google or Microsoft or somebody. You know, why would they work in a primary school? You're not going to get teachers. Oh, we can learn it from books. Oh, you're going to write a book on the internet? How many days will it remain current? The internet can only be learned from the internet. We must understand that. And if, like any other subject, you have to examine people on the internet about what they've learned on the internet, they must be allowed to use the internet. So you see my diabolical scheme. If we allow the internet, if we put in the internet as a subject in schools, it cannot be taught, and you can only examine it using the internet. Last thing, you know, I used to think that children need to be able to read and write before they can use my method, the self-organized learning environment. I found out this year that that's no longer true. I'm old-fashioned, I realized, because computers can talk. The internet, actually, not computers. Computers are just the end point of the internet. The internet can talk, and children can ask questions. In a school in New Mexico in the United States, a teacher told me 2-year-olds can do a self-organized learning environment. They just ask their computers or their devices. The devices talk back to them. And I said, my goodness, we've got to regulate this. I mean, what do those devices say? We don't know yet, but it's early days. The internet can see, hear, speak, control things, and maybe it can think. No? Maybe it can think. Or does it only pretend to do these things? I don't know the answer, but I know we need to prepare a generation to face this question. Well, that's all I had, gentlemen and ladies. Thank you, Dan.
Sagata, thank you very much for that. It's great to just. I love that your diabolical scheme. It's great. It really is, and it's. I think for a lot of us as well, it's like, yeah, this should be happening. This should be. Why aren't we venturing into this territory already and being innovative in education? We've got I think we've got a few questions and some comments that we will put to you. Let me just have a look here. I know Darren's mentioned just a few comments there. Darren's mentioned Merlin Mind is a great example of self-regulated learning.
I think that question from Dave Leonard is a great one that comes next, Dan, as well, about the role of AI that he believes.
I knew there was a question there somewhere. I was like, Where is it? There it is.
My bit. I'm done for the day. That's not my only bit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, it's a most interesting and most important question right now. Except that I must tell you that I am a little wary about what we call AI. Artificial intelligence. That's a really big word. Let me give you an example. Suppose I wrote a program where if you typed into the program, "How are you?" the program looks at a database of 100 different responses and says, "I am fine, I'm okay, how are you?" etc., etc. Let's say 100, let's say 200, whatever. Then I put a random number generator so that when you say, "How are you?" you can't predict what it's going to say. I know that a lot of people who don't know much about computers are going to say, "This is intelligent, this is AI," or whatever it is. Is it? Well, as my last slide said, is it just pretending, or is it really doing something intelligent? But you would say, for this stupid example, you would say, obviously it's pretending. Well, let me counter that by saying, when I ask you, "How are you?" and you respond, involuntary response, like we all do when we say, "How are you?" and you say something, are you convinced that you're not pulling one sentence at random out of a database inside your head?
Deep. That's deep.
Yeah. That's why I said, is it pretending or is it real? Is a question that the next generation will need to face. I don't have the answer.
That's a great question. I think that idea around the ethics of AI comes up there as well, doesn't it? And about the rightness and wrongness. So, yeah.
I think as a former philosophy teacher, I know Ben is as well. I think we could, to lend a phrase from Steve, we could talk about this all day, really. But if you do want to listen to more, we have got this coming up for you later. So at 5:15, we are launching our in-depth
3:15. It's 3:15.
3:15. It's been a long day already, lads.
1:05 is free, Dan. I know it's not 1:3. I've got Dan here. I've got him. I'm holding it. I've literally got the opportunity. Normally it's me that trips up.
Never going to hear the end of this. We've got, I think it goes on for just slightly over an hour, our in-depth interview with Sagata, which was recorded last week. And we'll be releasing on our podcast channel on YouTube at 3:15, but we'll also play it out live on this stream as well at the end of the day. So don't miss that. Sagata mentions a lot of the stuff he's mentioned just there, but we chat around it, we get in depth in a lot of it. So Sagata, hold up that award for us again. Let's have a look at it.
Yeah, there it is.
Sagata Mitra, the winner of our Outstanding Achievement in Education Award 2022. Thank you very much, sir. It's been a delight to have you with us.
Thank you very much for this lovely award. Thank you again.
Okay, wow. Fantastic to have Sagata there with us. I know we're overdue for a break now. We're going to come back at is that 4:00, Steve?
What is UTC? What is that? UTC +1? What is it?
That's just the time zone. The time zone we're in, Dan.
I laugh, and the person, somebody on the stream will know who I'm talking about. Somebody's messaged me this morning saying, "What does UTC +1 mean? What time is it in the UK?" For that person, it's just 2:00. We're coming back. But yeah, somebody did honestly ask me that question.
So 10 minutes, get a refreshment, come back, and we've got 6 more awards, including some of the big ones.
You probably have a friend like this guy, feeling isolated right now, not sure who they can talk to, disconnected in a world where apparently we're only ever 6 degrees of separation away from anybody. What if we could turn that separation into a connection through one purposeful conversation where you help a friend take the first step to improve their well-being? A conversation so positive that it sparks 6 connections and each of those 6 more. Once that happens 6 times, then over 46,000 people have been helped. This is mental health powered by mates. So, who are your 6 connections?
Signinap is the smart, flexible solution for managing visitors, staff and students in schools, colleges and universities. With integration to your existing MIS system and the ability to record students arriving late or leaving early, taking care of your attendance records couldn't be easier. In the event of an emergency, it's easy to create an up-to-date evacuation list, and you can be confident that all data is stored securely, complying with GDPR and safeguarding policies. Budget-friendly and easy to use. Signinap. Try it free today.
You probably have a friend like this guy, feeling isolated right now, not sure who they can talk to, disconnected in a world where apparently we're only ever 6 degrees of separation away from anybody. What if we could turn that separation into a connection through one purposeful conversation where you help a friend take the first step to improve their well-being? A conversation so positive that it sparks 6 connections, and each of those 6 more. Once that happens 6 times, then over 46,000 people have been helped. This is mental health powered by mates. So, who are your 6 connections?
Signinap is the smart, flexible solution for managing visitors, staff and students in schools, colleges and universities. With integration to your existing MIS system and the ability to record students arriving late or leaving early, taking care of your attendance records couldn't be easier. In the event of an emergency, it's easy to create an up-to-date evacuation list, and you can be confident that all data is stored securely, complying with GDPR and safeguarding policies. Budget-friendly and easy to use. Signinap. Try it free today.
You probably have a friend like this guy, feeling isolated right now, not sure who they can talk to, disconnected in a world where apparently we're only ever 6 degrees of separation away from anybody. What if we could turn that separation into a connection through one purposeful conversation where you help a friend take the first step to improve their well-being? A conversation so positive that it sparks 6 connections, and each of those 6 more. Once that happens 6 times, then over 46,000 people have been helped. This is mental health powered by mates. So, who are your 6 connections?
Signinap is the smart, flexible solution for managing visitors, staff and students in schools, colleges and universities. With integration to your existing MIS system and the ability to record students arriving late or leaving early, taking care of your attendance records couldn't be easier. In the event of an emergency, it's easy to create an up-to-date evacuation list, and you can be confident that all data is stored securely, complying with GDPR and safeguarding policies. Budget-friendly and easy to use. Signinap. Try it free today.
Wow. Welcome back, everybody. And Ben talking, but he's on mute. He's the first one to do it. I'm surprised it's taken so long.
Matt, I'm not going to lie to you. I have been smashing out this, making sure things are on the screen at the right time. It's usually Dan's domain, but I stepped into the void because Dan was immersed in the immersive environment. So we've had Amanda Spielman. So and then I do one thing. I forget to turn my mic off.
Just point it out for anybody who is joining Edufuturists Awards, either face-to-face or online for the first time. This is the time that you realise Ben has had 3 monsters.
No, I haven't.
Changed into a bit of a different person. Nobody's at the front of the centre. He's free, stood at the front of the stage, arm up in the air, talking about a revolution in education. He's just a little bit more mellow, but he's can't wait till face to face next year to see it. Honestly, I've missed it.
No, mate, I'm off. I've banned energy drinks. Although I've just had one sugar-free Red Bull. Just that's it. But I haven't had one for ages. That's the first one in ages.
Say Red Bull a bit more. Say Monster. Say it a bit more.
So, yeah, welcome back, everybody. For those of you who joined us in the first section, thank you for staying with us. And we have got lots and lots and lots of stuff coming up for you in this next session. As Steve has written in the script, we've got plenty more left to get your taste buds going. Whatever that looks like.
Steve, you're a poet. The script.
I'm like Joey Tribbiani. I couldn't think of any big words, so I basically put everything into a thesaurus, and this is what came out. It's like, if anybody's seen that episode of Friends, that is me. So apologies from somebody who is dyslexic. Yeah, I tried my best to be articulate. And,
Smashed it, mate.
Smashed it. That's what we got.
What I would say is that we are going to, in this intro bit, maybe just talk to you a little bit about our favourite podcasts so far this year. So I know that I've been thinking about this all week, actually, which ones we're going to talk about. So, yeah.
Yeah,
Dan,
let's do it.
Sure, I think, mate. I think.
Is that me?
You're mentioning, you're saying, read the script. Steve spent about 2 weeks writing that script.
My favourite podcast episode. Yeah, so I think we ventured into new territory this year. And we've started looking at subjects on the podcast that we've never looked at before. And like before, we talked about having that eye on the horizon of education. And one of the big things that we've kind of broke into over the last 12 months is this whole idea of Web3 and all that includes in terms of blockchain technology and where that could lead for education. And we've been starting to get some quite out there guests on. I think a memorable one for me, maybe not my favorite, but a memorable one, was when we had the two guys from who joined us from the metaverse live on the podcast, which was an interesting one.
Episode 180, if anybody's looking for it.
But it was led by Melissa McBride. So she was the focal point, and she had the two guys running around in the metaverse behind us. It's the one that I didn't attend and listen to, and was blown away a little bit. Actually, I wasn't listening.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was interesting. We had to be hot on the editing for that one for a few reasons. Yeah, so I guess we had Bob from Salad join us. We had the guys from Invisible College who've created a DAO for an online school that teaches about Web3 and the NFTs that go with that. Check them out. I haven't done my homework, so I can't. I'm relying on Ben to do the admin and give me the episode numbers. But
I'm here because I've got them here. I'm all ready. So the Invisible College was episode 182, and the Metaverse one was 180. And you mentioned the Web3 with Bob from Salad was episode 171.
Nice. We had a really good episode where the three of us chatted about Web3 as well and got into it.
I think we that's definitely one of my things that I've really enjoyed this year. I think it's been one of those things where we have always focused on getting a cutting edge guest on and constantly trying to push, and that's always a challenge. But and I think Ben mentioned earlier, actually, we had the guys on from the Talking Cod podcast, and they said throughout your podcast, you don't really kind of say who you are and you bring your bits in, but you don't really. So we're like, should we maybe just have one where it's us guys just talking about some of the things we've had on the previous weeks, and we kind of took that as a bit of a learning thing, and we've started to do that more. And I love having the guests on. It's every week. Stay curious and always have a passion for learning is what we kind of always say, and I do. But I'm learning from us three as a kind of the input, and Ben, we've probably chatted for about an hour this morning, haven't we, about financial stuff and everything else, and us talking about things without a guest. It makes it simpler because we don't have as much prep, but we really have to focus on our elements and our understanding of those topics. So there's that one, but also it was mentioned actually from Sigata in regards to Israel, and we had a wonderful one on 181, the future of education with Heskey Aurelia. And that was really a positive one around the steps that Israel has taken in terms of a pioneer focus and some of those findings. And through our connections and through our network, we do get a lot of people come and say, have you thought about this person for a guest or these people? And that was one that kind of came through that conversation. And and it was amazing. Absolutely love that one. So those are the two things I've really enjoyed.
Yeah, I think there's a few that jump to mind for me. I really enjoyed our episode 162 with Joe Moore from who talked about high performance leadership. She's worked at the FA, lots of high elite sport, and she talked about how that travels into education. I thought that was phenomenal. If I'm honest, like I get a little bit fanboyish, and these two know that I get a little bit fanboyish with certain people. One of those was episode 150 with Professor Guy Claxton. Many of you will have heard and seen a lot of Professor Guy Claxton's work, and he talked about some phenomenal stuff, really, which blew me away. Having read his book, I thought to myself, this is his most recent book, by the way. It'd be a great one to get on, and he was kind enough to join us, so that was pretty special. And I think I really enjoyed, because I like creating content and writing, and I know that's a little bit of a plug there for our weekly newsletter. That's the link for that has gone in the chat, where we're trying to put out content that's not just a podcast. So we're putting out blogs, and we're atomic essays, threads, and this weekly newsletter that goes out to try and just put some good stuff in your inbox. That's kind of come from a conversation that we had with Nicholas Cole from Category Pirates, he wrote a great piece called The Digital Education Crisis. And we interviewed him on episode 169, which was, again, a highlight for me. So, yeah. It's been good. It's been good, hasn't it?
It's been a good year, and I think that's what's exciting about doing this, that the fact that we don't know what's coming up. No. I think if we continue to stretch it and see where education is leading, who is inspiring the kind of the leadership out there in developing the future of education. We don't know where next year is going to go, which is exciting. Right, we're getting to that time of
we are, but just before we get to that, Dan, just want to again massive thank you to our award sponsors. You've seen them in the break: Six Connections, StreamYard, Canopy, C Learning, Visor IT, Learnosity, the ANME, Primary ICT, Signinap, and Net Support. Without you, it would not be possible for us to do this. So a massive thank you. Shout out to them. Check out their sites. Check out what they do. Thank you again for joining us. So we're getting to that point in the schedule. We better get going, because if we don't, we'll get behind schedule. And we are moving on to our first award of this second section, part 2. To see what's coming up, and that's coming up later on this afternoon as well. There are our partners, the judges. We're going to FE College of the Year. So it is all of us actually have got some special affiliation to FE colleges. Steve told us earlier that he worked in FE colleges for 17 years. I worked in a sixth form college and then moved into FE for a couple of years before I went out, and then Dan's in that sector now. We know it's a really special time. It's compulsory, but it's kind of a little bit more choice. Not every student's having to do maths, English, science, French, history, whatever else. There's a choice here, and we know that this element of this sector is so important. This tertiary education, and it's great today to be joined by our partner in this award from Visor IT. We've got Dean. Hi, Dean.
Hi, everyone. Hi.
Thanks for joining us. Dean, can you just tell us, I know that you partnered with Edufuturists earlier in the year on as a podcast sponsor. I wonder if you could just kind of tell us a little bit why you want to get involved with this, and particularly this award.
Yeah, I think, well, firstly, it's a privilege. Every week you was just talking about your podcast and the newsletter, and I think these awards are a great example of this. But every week you champion education, innovation, not just in the UK, but globally. So to play a little part in that. And what I really like as well is that you open up a forum for debate around championing what's great, what we have in innovation in the UK, but also acknowledge some of the challenges and have an area where we can discuss that. So I just want to thank you guys sort of on behalf of the listeners for providing that. And what Steve was saying earlier about you working with the awarding bodies and everything, I'm like, I had a big smile on my face. Seeing your work, making changes there is excellent. So it's a privilege. And for this particular award, then FE, I think, is a real force within the UK, up and down the country, providing specialist education on the doorstep. And I went to an FE college myself. At 16, I knew that I really wanted to get into computer science and specialise. And being given that opportunity provided such a wonderful foundation. And I think FE colleges are really at the forefront for a lot of the topics which we discussed: blended learning, digital learning, and they have such massive digital capabilities which they're running with a small team. So so anything we can do to champion FE colleges, I'm absolutely delighted to take part.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. So do you want to get on to our nominees for FE College of the Year?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm super excited about this. It's our pleasure at Visor to be partnering with the Edufuturists on this award. So the FE College of the Year, the nominees are Leeds City College, Burnley College, Blackpool and the Fowl College, and the City of Wolverhampton College. And so it's my pleasure to announce that the winner of the 2002 FE College of the Year is the City of Wolverhampton College. Congratulations.
Hi, Adam.
Am I allowed to fist pump? Is that?
Yes.
Of course you are, Adam. Well done.
Somebody else has had an energy drink.
I love it. Love it. Love it. Adam, thank you. You're representing the City of Wolverhampton College today. Tell us what this means to you and maybe a little bit about the work that you've been doing down in the Midlands.
Of course. No, this is a real honour, obviously, just to be nominated. We were so pleased at Wolverhampton College, and to be representing all the staff and students today, because the scheme that we ran, the digital scheme involving staff and students, everyone was involved. So really, it's a massive thank you to everyone at the college, staff and students, for this. And it's such an honour for me in particular to be the one that's here representing the college. Just to mention, really, and it fits in with the very first award you gave, which was around mental health and well-being. The scheme wasn't just about working in the digital society or the 21st century. It was very much to do with living and learning as well. So that was very much the message that we used in our scheme, that actually this is giving you the skills, yes, to help you study if you're a student, yes, to help you work if you're a member of staff, but also just to live in society, particularly, in the last few years that we've had and how difficult it's been to give people that confidence was a massive thing. And this was a vision, actually, that my colleague, that I know you all know really, really well, Conrad Taylor, this was his vision. So I know he would have really, really liked to have been here today. But just to mention that it was something really special that he meant he had to miss it, which was that it's his daughter's graduation. So otherwise, Conrad would have been here, and I think you all know him really, really well. And a special thanks really to Conrad, because I know that Steve and Ben and Dan know him really, really well. And if I was going to say to somebody or another college about how to set up a digital scheme, I'd say definitely go down the Conrad way, the Wolverhampton way. And that's a way that involves talking to lots of people within your own organisation and outside of your organisation, and listening to what they have to say. And that's really why I enjoy working so much with Conrad, because he really does adopt a proper democratic style, where it's about, let's listen to what people want. We might have our ideas, but what actually is this going to work? And that's very much what he does with his with students and staff. So I know that the team of us in quality at the college that work with Conrad, we know how delighted he'll be for winning this award. But I must thank all the staff and students at Wolverhampton College that have been supported and engaged in our scheme. As a Wolverhampton lad myself, a massive Wolves fan, by the way, who's worked at the college for 26 years. The pride that I have that that our local college has won College of the Year, it's just absolutely fantastic. Hence the fist pumps. And it's a really good month for our college. If you don't know, we've just had the funding confirmed on a brand new city centre campus called City Learning Quarter. So to have this award coming on the back of that, there's going to be some real celebrations at our staff celebration in a week or two, and it's very much up the Wolves.
Up the Wolves, up the Wolves.
As a Leeds United fan, and I know that Leeds were in the shortlist. This is the only time that we'll celebrate Wolves beating Leeds.
And Burnley, but we can celebrate Wolves beating Burnley, because even though we used to work at Burnley College, we don't love Burnley Football Club. So yes, up the Wolves, up the Wolves. Well done, Adam. Thank you, Dean, as well.
Yeah, and just to add, I know that Conrad, as we said, can't make it on. I've known Conrad for many years. A friend of mine, but also a demonstration of how to stay humble. To approach it in a way for everybody, and shows that actually you can do it in a nice way. It doesn't have to be forced. You don't have to mandate anything. And by doing it in a way with people and sharing, and I think beyond Wolves, that the impact that that Conrad and the work that you guys are doing across and the impact it's having across the sector has been a legacy. And I think there's some great people in the shortlist. There was loads of people nominated for FE, as there always is.
Yeah.
But a great win for Wolverhampton, yourself, Adam, Conrad, and everybody there, for the staff and students. Well done. And hopefully the first game of the Premier League season, I'll be cheering on at Ellen Road. You guys getting hammered. So let's all plug that. I'm not going to do this, but
I'm on it.
We bring Dan in at this point back in, and to Adam and to Dean, and just to say as well, Dean, in terms of Visor, a big thanks to you guys, as with all the sponsors, that we've started to do a lot of work in regards to the newsletter and the podcast and everything else. And I know Visor have been sponsoring the podcast for a period of time, and a big thanks to you for taking that leap and trusting us and supporting us and championing the work that we're doing around the podcast and everything else. So really appreciate all you.
It's our pleasure. Yeah, as I said, I think the work you provide, is sort of valuable to the community, and it's exciting to hear the sort of changes which are coming from that. So thank you.
Thank you. So just before we get into our next award, it would be remiss of us now not to mention our esteemed colleague, Mr. Hope. We know many of you know he stepped out into being CEO of a global edtech company earlier this year. So he's a CEO. Yeah. CEO, that means he's like really important. He has 3 letters. That makes him really important. But tonight, after the pressure and the time and he probably sleep really well, actually, to be honest, he is doing a charity sleep out, sleeping outside to raise money and awareness for homelessness and homeless charities. So Steve, do you want to just give us a little bit of a tell us a little bit about why you're doing it and how people can get involved?
Yeah. So people always say, well, it's in June. I don't know what it's like in your neck of the woods right now, but it's predicted heavy rain. But it's about putting yourself outside of your comfort zone and really starting to feel what other people are going through. And I was like, try to use my position in terms of a platform to raise money, raise awareness. And if that's just me sleeping out in the back garden or sleeping rough for one evening and putting myself outside of there. So I am raising money and asking for sponsorship and everything else. I'm doing all right. But if anybody wants to donate, I've got a bit of an audience right now. So if anybody wants to donate and get involved, please do so. I guess we'll drop the link in the chat. And just there's people that are just not as fortunate as us and spend time in worse months than June, sleeping on the streets. And my background, I suppose, is my dad always told me that you're only a couple of paychecks from potentially living on the streets, and it's something that I just thought, why not use my platform to raise a bit of money? So that's what I'm doing. one of many things this year. And yeah, if you want to sponsor me, go ahead. But yeah,
should put the link in the chat, Steve, as we.
I will do. Yeah, we'll do. Thank you.
Yeah, hope it goes well, Steve. Okay, on to our next awards. Ben, next slide for us. Thank you very much. We are on to our international award. This is one that we haven't had international since the start. I think it was added last year or the year before, and we put this one in because we look outside a lot of the UK. There's some amazing work going on in the UK in terms of pushing the future of education, but we more and more find ourselves looking to the far corners of the earth to see and be inspired by people. And we've had some fantastic winners of this award over the last couple of years. And this year is no different, really. We are really thankful to Learnosity, who are partnering with us in this award, and we're going to bring in Gavin Cooney from Learnosity. Gavin's going to join us. Gavin.
Hey guys, how are you?
Very well, thank you. Every time we talk, you're in some glamorous location. Where are you? Are you in a museum?
Nearly. Yeah, but today is quite salubrious. It's a very swanky hotel in Somerset. Most people in this industry last week were at the e-assessment conference in London or the EdTechX conference. I was at Glastonbury, so I'm currently in a hotel in Somerset, recovering because I'm getting too old for this stuff. I don't know if I can do it much longer. So
were you at the pyramid stage for Paul McCartney?
I was. It was a slice of fried gold. It really was.
Right. We'll put the award on hold. Let's have a chat about this. So I was watching live on TV. Amazing. What was it like to be there in person?
Look, there was some fillers. I thought there was a lot of wing songs. Like we all want to hear the hits. We all want to hear the Beatles stuff. I'm a big fan, but there was some moments. I mean, my God, he brought out Springsteen and Dave Grohl. Yeah. It was unbelievable. It was just goosebump moments. But there was so many of those things. Noel Gallagher did a bunch of Oasis songs. Lily Allen singing with Olivia Rodrigo. The Pet Shop Boys, Crowded House. It was incredible. I had a brilliant time.
It was one of those iconic nights at Glastonbury, wasn't it?
It was phenomenal. It really was.
Amazing, yeah, exactly. Amazing to be there. Gavin, Learnosity. Tell us a bit about Learnosity. You were on the podcast a few months ago, so if you want to know a lot more about Gavin and what Learnosity do, then you can check out episode number. Ben's going to jump in and give us the number now. he's googling like crazy in the background. We've done too many. Okay.
We can loop back to that.
No, we can't. It's episode 173.
173.
So it was obviously the best one, despite what you said before. It was the best episode so far.
Yeah, it's because in my mind, Gavin, it's number one. That's why I don't give it its real number. So check it out. It's a great in-depth conversation. Gavin, just for our viewers now, give us a little insight into Learnosity and why you've partnered with us on this award.
So we're kind of the biggest company in EdTech you've never heard of. We're powering a bunch of other people's assessment products. And we've got 40 million users so far. And last year we delivered 17 billion questions. So it's all about powering people's assessment products, homework assessments, high stakes, anything at all. So we power a lot of the big names, especially in the US. So it's kind of with that in mind, we're kind of this, I always joke about entrepreneurship being so famously easy that we made it hard for ourselves by making it so international. We're an Irish company headquartered in Australia. Our focus, our market is the US. We're powering assessments in 100 odd countries. So that kind of international reach is why this award was kind of, we're drawn to it a little bit. We have that kind of international reach and we believe in that. And we have this kind of manifesto in Learnosity. We believe that education is a human right. We believe it should be equitable, it should be inclusive, it should be accessible. And that means everyone, and that means globally. And I thought the nominees here were we all kind of share passion for education and leaving the world a better place. So I thought it was a really appropriate award for us. So really excited to read out the nominees.
Yeah, let's do it.
Without further ado, Usetti de Klerk, Anna Fabrega, and Vriti Satraf. And the award goes to Anna Fabrega.
It's Anna Fabrega. Unfortunately, Anna can't join us. We've been talking to Anna this morning, and she's moving home, and she tried to find an internet cafe. She lives in Miami. She tried to find a cafe, an internet cafe. God, that sounded like someone's granddad there. An internet cafe. I haven't come across one of them in a while. Yeah, but a cafe that has
a cafe, Dan. I think.
That's just cafes now. Yeah, so she's tried to find one, and the only one she could find was a very noisy one. So she's but worthy award winner. If you don't follow Anna Fabrega, or she's known on YouTube as Miss Fab, check her out. She works for Synthesis. So a lot of you who were with us last year will know Josh Darn and the work he's done off the back of working with Elon Musk and building his own online problem-solving school called Synthesis. She works with Josh at Synthesis and does a lot of promo for those guys. And does a lot of amazing material herself on Twitter and on YouTube. So well-deserved winner. And congratulations to all the other nominees as well. Well-deserved. So yeah, Anna Fabrega International Award 2022. Yeah, good. Yeah, it's nice to see someone involved with Synthesis getting that award, because I think they really are they're really pushing the envelope with what they're doing over there and the programs, the online learning programs that they're building.
I would agree. I was just muted because I was just typing in the chat, but yes, absolutely, I agree. I think we were talking, weren't we, Dan, the other day about our own kids. All of us have got children that are either at schooling age or almost at schooling age. And if we had a choice to do things differently, it would be something, if we could, maybe, I'm still considering it for some of mine, this idea of this personalized curriculum that's problem solving, that's creative and curious, and Synthesis and the work that Anna and the team there are doing is pretty special. And I know that she is hoping to be a guest on a podcast very, very soon once she's got things together, which is great. So look forward to that one. But yeah, a very, very worthy winner. The other nominees that you mentioned, Dan, I think we could have internationally, we could have gone for loads and loads and loads of different ones. But some of the stuff that they're doing is just out of this world, around the world. So it's not just, sometimes we get focused just on the UK and the fact that the education system in the UK is just a little bit broken, but some of the stuff that's going on around the world is pretty special.
It's interesting, isn't it? I know we talk about it on the podcast a lot, but that whole idea that there are people who are stepping outside of the mainstream now. They're thinking the mainstream education system isn't doing it for their kids, and they're going to places like Synthesis. And I know we've talked about Kidato, that was launched in Kenya a couple of years ago. Interesting, very interesting, kind of fork in the road there for education, and interesting to see where that goes. Right, shall we move on to our next award?
We shall.
Okay, so this is always a fan favourite at the Edufuturists Awards. A lot of rivalry in the background. Yeah. It's always a pleasure to do this one.
And not just that, Dan. Not just that, Dan. When it's a fan favourite, we've had two people in the comments that have been talking about this, their episode on the Edufuturists podcast being the best one. We've got fancy graphics that are about to come up now. These boys and girls, when they do it properly, don't they? For Network Manager of the Year,
they do. And I think you know what? I love this award because I think network managers are very often the unsung heroes behind
100%.
Behind a lot of transformation, and that's not just IT, but IT and digital can drive that change within education. And a lot of these guys are doing it. Their heads are down. Not many people know who they are. They're not always the forward-facing person in an educational organisation, but they're usually driving this forward. So it's great to be able to celebrate those who are up there and doing it and are the example. So in order to present this award, we are really, really privileged to be joined by Rick from ANME.
Hello.
It's great to have you here. Thank you again for sponsoring this award. I know you've kind of sponsored this one from the very first Edufuturists Awards, so it's great to have you to back with us this year.
Thank you for inviting me to come back. It's been a pleasure to sponsor it. It's been a fantastic award. It's obviously something that's very close to my heart and our heart as the ANME. And you've just mentioned the two previous winners there, Dave and Abid, both legends, both ANME members, and both I've got all the time in the world for. And we're thrilled that all 4 finalists this year are ANME members as well. And I'm glad I didn't have to make the decision of the winner.
Rick, tell us a bit about ANME and what you guys do.
Basically, it's a networking group for IT network managers, IT directors, IT technicians employed by schools and colleges and trusts and universities across the UK. Our primary aim is to get them out of the office, meeting face-to-face, sharing best practice, but also introducing them to new options, new technologies, new developments in the way of sponsors that cover all the costs and keep it free for the members. We've been going 8 years. We've just celebrated our 8th anniversary of our first meeting. And yeah, it's really exciting, really awesome to see the meetings take place. And great to work with the members, to see them to networking and building friendships, and great to work with so many different sponsors as well.
Fantastic. And I know just from knowing some of the guys that they value it. You see it when you talk to them, when their communications on social media. They're not just members, but they're real advocates for ANME, and you can tell that they're really proud of being a part of it.
It's awesome to see. It's we've got a real tremendous bunch of members, really supportive, really helpful, always willing to help out other members and share their knowledge and experience. And I don't want to get too emotional, but it's just awesome to see.
Yeah, no, it's a real credit to yourself, Rick. It really is. Let's move on and get to the ANME Network Manager of the Year. So, Rick, would you do us the honor of reading out the nominees?
Absolutely. We're really pleased to be partnering with the Edufuturists Awards 2022, and it's our pleasure to present the Network Manager of the Year. The nominees are Lee Jepson, Peter Horner, Jack Marshall, Gary Henderson, and the winner of the 2022 Network Manager of the Year is Peter Horner.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Peter.
Are we bringing him in?
Hi, guys.
Peter?
I never actually expected to win this one, actually. So many strong contenders this year. I'm flattered that you chose me.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, it's great. I think it's a testament to you, to Peter. It really is. I know we've chatted in the past, and you've always been there to help, ready to jump on a call, offer guidance, and I say that from my own point of view, but I know for a fact that many more people involved in EdTech use you as a go-to. Know that you're a font of knowledge when it comes to a lot of things, Chrome and Google, and you're a big support to that community. So it's a real credit and well-deserved award.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'm just I think I'm lucky because I've worked in a really nice college for a long time now, so I've been given lots of opportunities over the years to do things like go off and do my masters and do the Google Innovator, and that just puts you in contact of so many different educators from across the world, and that's kind of taught me so many things. But I'm backed up. I've got a fantastic team who are also really innovative and collaborative in the way they work, and just all of our teachers and students are always kind of so willing to work with me, exploring kind of how we can use technology differently in education. It's been really nice to work with all those guys and just try out new things. Excited for what's next now, really. Just with cloud technology has come leaps and bounds, and I think we're we're really seeing the benefits now, and just it's moving to these kind of technologies has freed up our time in IT departments to kind of do more useful things out there in classrooms and working with teachers and students, and just keeping pushing things even further, really.
That's interesting. When you say that, Peter, about getting out there and working with teachers, working with the staff, it's interesting because there's a lot of places that will have like a different member of staff who'll do that, but you're saying that cloud technology is enabling you and your team to get out there and kind of be hands-on and be staff facing as well. Is that right?
Yeah, so I mean, with moving to stuff like Chromebooks, it's freed up a bunch of our time compared to legacy hardware, so it's allowed us to try out some more innovative stuff and try out new things. And it's just really nice just working with teachers. Like, I spent most of my last week training all 200 of our teachers in various things, and it's just great to see all those ideas be taken away and be put to use in classrooms and help students.
Fantastic. And I know I searched your tweets the other night, Peter, because I was looking for a certain type of Chromebook for our staff. I was like, I'm sure Peter Horner tweets little reviews about the Chromebooks he's using with staff. So I was on Twitter searching, just using your tweets as a resource. So like months after you've tweeted them. So yeah, it's I know, like I say, I'm not the only one there that's using the content you're putting out. So I think this award is a massive thank you from the community, from those judges and the public vote as well, to say thank you and keep going. We need you. We need your advice. We need you to keep giving us those pearls of wisdom.
Before we finish this, I do think it's important that statement that's on stage there, that's on screen now, Peter, we need to ask you that question. Is the award going to take pride of place in Horner's Corner?
Yeah, so I've got a corner of my office. It's filled with Chromebooks at the moment, but as soon as I've freed up that corner, the award is going to go up there in a pride of place.
Perfect.
Fantastic. Well, yeah, congratulations again, Peter Horner, joining some real network manager royalty this year by becoming Network Manager of the Year 2022. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Let's bring Steve back in.
I'm here. I'm going to have to mute him in and out. As you can probably hear, my little boy has decided that now is the time that he's going to really kick off. So it's fun when he tried to lead a section, and this is when he decides to do so. But absolutely wonderful and well deserved on that one. Again, what a field and well deserved. What a deserved award. Another real humble gent in Peter Horner. But for those people who've known me a long time, they know that actually I've supported the primary sector through my role as a chair of governors. A role actually is coming to an end this summer. But one thing that I've absolutely loved, it's a sector that I probably knew the least about. I'd done some work in secondary and many years in further education, but I'm always inspired when I go into primary. I think the capture of learning and play and real innovation and everything else that's going on, and I see so much work and great work that happens in primary schools across the UK and further afield, and it's really, really growing. So yeah, the primary school is something that I know I champion, and I know Ben, who's gone backstage. For those people who wonder when we're flitting in and out, that we're not going for a cup of tea. We're working behind the scenes as a free. But yeah, I know Ben's a chair of governors at a primary school, and I think as the winners T-side of the University Award, that actually it's the stepping stone and the start for many in regards to our student journey and the expectation. If we get it right in primary education, that transcends into secondary, further education, then higher education, because they will be expecting it at all the other levels that follow it. And there's been some wonderful nominations sent in for the primary school of the year this year. Again, with many of our sponsors and partners, the sponsors this year. Primary ICT Support is a wonderful organisation that we know well, and people who have championed us right from the very beginning. And it's a pleasure that they continue to support and champion our work and get involved. And yeah, it's a pleasure. So let's bring, I think it's Will in from Primary ICT. How are we doing?
I'm not so bad. How are you guys?
Good, thanks. Another Northerner.
Yeah, that's it.
Will.
I know. Yeah, unfortunately, not the nicest accent for you boys on the podcast.
Well, I'm a Yorkshire lad myself. So yeah, tell us a bit about Primary ICT, the work that you do, and everything else in the sector.
Yeah, sure. So we're a managed service provider, predominantly in the education sector. Up and running for about 16 years. Work primarily alongside primary schools as well as secondary and higher education. On-site and remote support, kind of our main categories, but we provide all manner of ICT hardwares as well, alongside kind of telecoms, web support, broadband, everything like that. And we tend to work quite closely with internal ICT teams, senior leadership within multi-academy trusts, etc., in developing kind of clear, concise ICT strategies. And that's about us, really, in a nutshell.
Absolutely wonderful. So should we move on to the nominees then, Will?
Yeah, sure. So obviously we're really pleased to be partnering with the Edufuturists Award, and it's our pleasure to present the Primary School of the Year. The nominees are St Thomas's CE Primary School in Bury, Britannia Village Primary School in London, Danesfield School in Marlow, and Lanchester EP Primary School. And the winner of the 2022 Primary School of the Year Award is Britannia Village Primary School in London.
Hello.
I saw you beaming before we even brought you in, Luke.
I'm nowhere as glamorous as Miami, but I am in my school staff room right now. And I had a meeting room set up, but life in a school, someone came in and kicked me out. So I'm hoping no one walks in. I just had to tell a teacher they're not allowed to use a microwave because we're about to go live. So thanks for waiting, Natasha.
Thanks, Natasha.
Well, congratulations, Luke. Congratulations to Britannia Village School, and apologies to everybody who probably can hear us that are in the staff room that we're coming between them and dinner. So we'll just be conscious of that. But yeah, tell us a bit about the work that you do, the school, and everything else, and I suppose why you were nominated.
We're a school in Newham in East London, and it's quite a disadvantaged area and part of the country. So we have lots of students coming from difficult backgrounds. Since in 2017, we decided to invest in Chromebooks, and we had a vision to try and get one-to-one devices. We thought we could have a bigger impact if every child has a device from year 2 onwards. And so we visited a few schools, and essentially we saw that it worked really well. And it was really nice to talk to teachers about it and find out from them, rather than, sometimes you go to Bet Show and you get a bit overwhelmed by all of the information from the kind of the different stands. And so we went down the Chromebook route, and since then it's just been, it's really transformed the way we teach and the way students learn. And we became a reference school in 2018. So we host quite a lot of visitors. We kind of welcome people to come and see our school because we absolutely don't do things perfectly. We kind of show people around warts and all, and seeing it in a real day-to-day primary school environment. And yeah, we also became an EdTech demonstrator recently. So we've been supporting other schools with their use of tech and thinking about their EdTech strategy, because we've been in a position where tech has been almost a hindrance, or it's something that's normally a challenge, and now tech has it really helps with students learning. So yeah, really flattered to be nominated and to win the award amongst such strong competition. So thank you very much.
Yeah, and I think that the thing that resonates from what you were just saying, Luke, in regards to the importance of a network and how much actually people come in to learn from you. But I remember my time in education that when people came, I learned every time that they came and took some of the little nuggets away from what they were doing. And I think it's a shared responsibility and a shared opportunity there to learn from each other. So how is the school geared up to do so? Because you said obviously you get a lot of visitors. For those people, how does that work? Because I know so many schools are sometimes, if we invite people in, then we'll give away the keys to the kingdom. How is it different for Britannia and your leadership team?
Well, so we used to kind of host visits, and we'd put a lot of time and energy into planning exactly what the visitors would see, and it would be very, we're going to go for 15 minutes to this class and that class, and make sure there's all these fancy things on offer. But one, that was really hard to organise, and two, so, things would change and it wouldn't always work out that way. So we decided to kind of make it more open, and schools, people can still visit us. We're on the Google's Edgy directory, and I'll get the link in a moment and put it in the chat. And so we've hosted lots of people to just come around, just see it on a day that suits them and us. Teachers have kind of got so used to it now. They just, Luke's bringing around a few more visitors, but I know that it's nice to see when things don't work, and that often does happen. Someone's Chromebook starts making funny noises when it's shut, but that's real life as a teacher, and it's useful to hear from, not just from me, because they might think, oh, you're the computing lead and you understand how it works, but actually it's a whole team effort, and finding out from the other staff how they use that's really important.
Great stuff. Well, congratulations again to Britannia Village, and thanks a lot to Primary ICT for sponsoring the award. We really appreciate all your support and everything else. Keep up the good work, everybody. Thank you. It's coffee with Prime. But we'll we talked about at the beginning of the show, we want audience engagement, and I know that there's still a lot of the community here, and thanks for staying with us. What I'm interested in is we talked about earlier your favourite bits of the podcast, or our bits of the podcast. I'm interested to know in the chat, if you're a regular listener, which ones you've enjoyed most. But I was having a conversation with a new member of staff the other day, and we were talking about one thing that we're passionate about: curiosity, learning, and everything else. And one thing that I'm interested in is there anything that you have done, anybody that's tuning in, one thing that you've done and you've learned, how did you do it, and why was it new, and why were you passionate about it in the recent past? So that could be new language, learning a musical instrument. It could be just, as Dan does, scouring the internet and NFTs and Web3 and all of the stuff with it. But put your stuff in the chat, put your comments in the chat if you're listening in. And then Dan, Ben, anything you've learned in the recent past?
Oh, well, I think certainly the Web3 stuff, and I know there's been some comments in the chat about Web3, has been something that's been fascinating. Dan got us on this journey, and then I've just got caught down a rabbit hole, really, spending time on crypto and NFTs and all the DAOs and all the things that go with it, because I think there is something really powerful, and certainly from an education perspective, that level of decentralization, that movement towards personalization, and that kind of that moving away from power structures and whatever else. Maybe that's because I'm a rebel, moving away from power structures. But I've really enjoyed getting my teeth into that and that stuff this year. Just
seen this one pop up, and I couldn't not put it on the screen. Learned to drive a forklift truck on a friend's farm with heavy equipment round. Maybe you'll be in the next. I think it's Ben. Maybe you'll be in the next Jeremy Clarkson farm program. So who knows? With what's the guy's name? I can't remember. But that's an interesting one. And then I think a bit more, bring it back down. But Google Educator from Wolverhampton, known for obviously their Microsoft work, but Educator level 1 and moving on to level 2. Good stuff. Dan, how about you?
It's been quite a big year in terms of strategy for me. I'm used to doing strategy at one level, but moving to this new job of doing it in a very different context and at a much higher executive level. So it's interesting. Been lucky enough to have a leadership coach as well, who's just been a fantastic guy, and someone who's really helped me grow a lot in leadership over the last 12 months. So yeah, massive learning curve over the last year, but wouldn't have it any other way, really.
Interesting. A couple of others that are coming to the chat as well. Darren, rang at a trainer, has learnt to use his bank card. I presume that's so he doesn't have to keep buying tickets. Well done. Feel like one day he might even start using Apple Pay, who knows, or Android Pay, Google Pay. And then Mr. Smith, I think there might be a little slide dig at his colleague from C Learning here. I learned how to weld, but Steve didn't. So sounds like there's a story in that.
Jamie had welding lessons, and then we were thrust into a conversation when we went to visit a wonderful college in Plymouth, City College Plymouth, and they said, "Oh, do you want to go to this AR stuff?" And they were using it really, really well on. They were teaching people how to do welding on nuclear submarines and all this absolute bonkers stuff. And then, and yeah, Jamie then was like, "Let's have a go." Jamie scored high 90s. I got like 72. Not even a pass at level 1, I think. Yeah, definitely don't. If you've got any welding going on, don't come to me. Go to Jamie. Would be my response to that one. We've done it again. We get ahead of time and then we're catching up. So do we move on to the next award, guys?
I think the next award is Secondary School of the Year. Both me and Dan have come from secondary backgrounds, so it's always good to return back to the old stomping ground, so to speak. For I think this is the 4th year running as well. 4th year running. Dan from Signinap is joining us to present this Secondary School of the Year award. Hi, Dan.
Hi, guys. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you. How are you?
All good. Yeah, all good. Thank you. All good.
You look like you're in some kind of booth to make sure it's soundproof.
I'm in a booth. I am with the light over my head now. You'll have come on live. So
yeah,
that isn't a bright idea. Trust me. Yeah.
Well, to be fair, I've got a bright light shining at me, but it's not reflecting as bad from you as it does from me. So Dan, I know you've partnered with us at Edufuturists for a while now, so we're really grateful for that. Could you just tell us a little bit about Signinap and then why you've continued to sponsor this award?
Yeah, so Signinap visitor management solution. We've seen lots of friends of Signinap on the call already today. So specialised in education for the last 6 years with regards to MIS connection, writing back late students. It's a great sector for us, which we're passionate about. One of the things our highlights is we work hard to keep the costs down. We believe in trying to keep sites safe and secure, but we try and understand schools' budgets as well. So we get lots of great feedback from the education sector on that. So, with regard to, I think we're quite like-minded with regards to our respect and enjoyment and passion for the education sector, and all you guys have always shown that to Signinap as well, and being great advocates of the product. So.
Thank you. So should we get into talking about our nominees for today?
Yeah, sure. So we're really pleased to be partnering with Edufuturists Awards 2022, and it's our pleasure to present Secondary School of the Year. The nominees are New Rickstones Academy in Witham, Halcyon London International School, Matthew Moss High School Rochdale, and XP School in Doncaster. And the winner of the 2022 School of the Year is Halcyon London International School.
So
congratulations.
Thank you. And we've got Cushy with us to represent Halcyon today. Tell us a little bit about the work that you're doing down there in the Big Smoke.
Hi. Yeah, I'm not actually in the Big Smoke at the moment. Well, I am, but I'm not at school. I'm at home, escaping the chaos of the last day of the year. But I'm sure our director Barry or our digital learning coach Faye would have loved to speak about this today, but unfortunately they're all kind of wrapped up in assembly business. But hopefully I'll be able to give us a fair representation, because it's kind of my job to write about it all. So what we do with technology, I suppose, is really our whole school approach is that, we want to be innovative. We never want to take anything, whether it's technology or the curriculum, kind of how school communities work. We never want to just do what, you know, everybody else does and just sit with that and go, oh, that works. We're always looking to how to improve things. And with technology, it's one of those things that some people are kind of afraid to embrace. But, you know, for us, it's something that from grade 6 or year 7, as you would call it in the British system, that we really have at the core of our learning. It's fully integrated. Every student has an iPad. We're an Apple regional training center and a Google reference school. And I think, you know, for some people, giving 11-year-olds iPads and saying, you know, oh, you just do all your work on here, just store all your tasks on here from the very beginning might be quite a scary task. You know, you'd worry that they'd play games, or you'd worry that they get distracted. But actually, when you think about it, you know, all of our kids, all of the young people growing up today, they spend their lives surrounded by the internet and devices. And I think as a secondary school, we kind of have this approach of, well, if we really want them to succeed in higher education, it's better that they learn as soon as possible how to use these as learning tools, as tools of research, as ways to kind of investigate the world around them rather than playthings, really. So that's kind of what we do. And yeah, thank you so much for having us as a finalist and giving us this award.
Yeah, no problem at all. Thank you for the work that you're doing. I know I had the privilege of mentoring Kelly Mildenhall through some of the things, and I know that we've had lots and lots of relationship with Halcyon in the past with others as well. So thank you for the great work that you're doing. Continue that. Keep it up. Dan, thanks for joining us from Signinap as well. We really appreciate everybody's partnership with this, and congratulations to all the nominees. This was a strong category. Just if we were to look at just the public vote, it was so close, and then it was really, really close in that as well. So we know that there's some fantastic nominees in there as well. So well done, everybody.
Thank you.
Great. So let's move on to our big thing. You saw our next presenter appeared in the background, but that's all good because we are moving on to this. So, Dan, tell us about why you think Edufuturists. Why do we call it Edufuturists? Because this is really interesting. Because this was pre-Steve, I think. Because we remember we were called in the studio with the EduTech project and realised that was just way too long. Dan, why did we change it to Edufuturists, do you think?
Well, this isn't going to take long. If you have a look at the word... yeah, I don't really need to say much more, do I? Yeah, no, I mean, what? What kind of question is that?
Dan, right. I thought you were going to get into this thing that we played with like loads and loads of words, and we came up with loads of different ideas, and then we came up with this idea, Edufuturist, and we didn't really like it because it's like a bit hard to say. And in fact, some of the people who've said it today have said Edfuturist,
yeah.
EDU futurist. They don't, but we kind of wanted something that says what it is on the tin. We want to talk about the future of education, and that actually will never arrive just because we've done this. It's that continuing pushing for the future is where I thought you might have answered the question, but that was maybe it's just my crazy mind that's had a Red Bull that makes me go that way.
Yeah, it's interesting because I don't think I liked it for quite a while.
I don't think you never liked it, Dan. Just to put that out there, you know, like you're like, do we call it learning futurist? Like, because we STEM. And I'm sure it won't come as a surprise. We chat on a regular basis because we are friends. And the Edufuturist, it was the EdTech project before I joined. I wasn't instrumental, Dan, Ben. I think you kind of put forward the name, but we talk often, and because it's been iterated on so much in terms of the podcast, what we do, bringing Web3 in, the future of learning, how that links into business, everything else. And we were thinking, is it still? And I was like, education is learning. So yeah, obviously we celebrate the sectors and everything else, but actually if you take it, it includes adults, it includes early years, it's so much. And actually there are education sectors within business alone. They might be called OD or SD or HR or whatever, but actually education is fundamental in terms of learning a particular skill, some knowledge or anything else. And I think it does what it says on the tin. And I think, Dan, you'd be proud to see the Edufuturist has really developed. And you know what? So as it's
logo.
Margin is logo.
I knew you were going to mention that again. And Dan's just about to present the brand new logo. No, just jokes.
Yeah, I think it's what we've talked about for the last few hours, isn't it? It's that looking at the horizon, the people out there in education who are doing that, and really leading the way. And I know we've talked about this quite a bit, like, because a lot of people refer to us three as the Edufuturists because we've got a podcast called Edufuturists. But actually, that's never what it was meant to be. It was meant to be the community of Edufuturists, the community of educators who are looking on the horizon for the future, and it chimes with what we're doing today. It links well, and that's what it's about. And I like it now, which is good.
Good. And do you like the logo? Are you sticking on the logo, Dan? Are we sticking with that? The fox.
It's all right. It's all right, isn't it?
It's not a fox,
we'll
is
have
it?
a think. We'll have a think. Yeah. Oh yeah, fuck. It's. Oh, don't get me started.
So I think before we just bring in this last one, I promise this will be the last bit. We want to be like this wolf thing, the wolf pack community. That idea of being a bit like edgy. And we asked somebody what they thought the logo was, and they said a fox. And so Dan gets really mad. It doesn't look like a fox, does it? It looks like a wolf, doesn't it? It's not a fox.
Yeah. I can see Al Kingsley laughing at us in the background. Thanks, Al. Right, should we move on to the main award?
Yeah.
Let's go for it. So, yeah, it's the big one each year, isn't it? It's the Edufuturist of the Year. Someone who in the last 12 months is up ahead and leading that way into the future for us all. So let's get on with it, and we're going to bring in the main sponsor of this award, who's been the sponsor of this award for 4 years now, and we're so thankful to Net Support for doing that. And here is Mr. Al Kingsley from Net Support. Hi, Al.
Hello, lovely people. Good to see you. And just to be clear, is it not a squirrel?
Come on, it would need like a bushy tail for it to be a squirrel.
We've got busy evenings. I'm sleeping out, and Dan's going to want to call a meeting for an hour to talk about a new logo. So let's not do that into it. So it's a wolf. It's the wolf pack. It's us leading many people through change. But yeah, Al, great to see you. And once again, as Dan said, thanks for the continued support from yourself and from everybody at Net Support. We really do appreciate you understanding that actually it's about partnership, working in collaboration, and I think the beliefs and values of Net Support, you're going to walk through what it is and tell a bit about us, but the beliefs and values align with Edufuturists, don't they? And tell us a bit about it then, and how you got involved, and also what is Net Support and where did it come from?
Lots of bits there. I mean, first and foremost, why do we get involved with Edufuturists? Well, I think today's a pretty good example of that. It's all about the people, I think. It's all about people who are willing to share and care. And it started with an alignment. And I think, I very much respect you guys. We have a good relationship. And you've only got to see the people who've been highlighted today and all the people contributing in the chat to see what a real community it is. And that, for me, is the heart of learning. If I translate that to why does Net Support get involved? Because actually the more we learn, the more likely we are to actually develop solutions that are fit for purpose and actually understand what people need. So that kind of co-production starts with just being part of the conversation. And that's why it's a real pleasure and a privilege to be able to continue to support your activities and the efforts of the broader education community. As for what we do, really simple. Net Support create a kind of ecosystem of different solutions, from managing school IT, classroom instruction and collaboration, and keeping kids safe in whatever setting they might be.
And Al, I know it's been a big year for you this year, hasn't it? In terms of your book and kind of the reverberations from that. I think it's doing a lot of good for the community and helping a lot of teachers out there.
That's very kind to say. Thank you. Yeah, it's been lovely just to get feedback and get part of the conversation. And yeah, as always, our community, I think, as I continue to reflect on, is one that is always about providing support and insights. And so from that point of view, it's been a real pleasure. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it is great. What tell people about it? Where can they get it from?
Well, if you head to any good online or physical bookstore, actually, you probably won't find it in many physical bookstores, but we could pretend for today. My Secret EdTech Diary, looking back, current, and hopefully a bit of looking forward. Very edu-futuristic, I might say. But no, the focus is all about making EdTech accessible to everybody. Nothing super techy, but really about just helping continue the conversation and signpost to loads of amazing people and resources out there to help save a bit of time.
Absolutely, it's a great book, and it was lovely to be able to champion that and to talk about that, and to even get. I think I even got my name in there as well. So I think a few of us did. So yeah, it's great. So thank you for that. Just before we get on to our nominations today, this might sound this. I thought let's talk about the wolf, fox, elephant in the room, whatever it is, about this. Today, the Edufuturists of the Year nominations, and some of you will see this and know this. Lists Al as a nominee, and I think that is absolute testament to his work, to the things that he's been doing consistently, and particularly this year with the launch of the book and the new stuff that's going on. So, just so we know, so everybody knows, Al was a net support, had already agreed to partner with us before any nominations came out, and I think you'll see now that Al. The kind of man that Al is that he's championing others in this sector as well, and I think testament to we did give Al the opportunity to say, I know you're in this category, so do you still want to present it? And he's absolutely, I do. I want to champion others and I want to celebrate others. So I want to just commend Al on that, and then let him get into listing out the nominees. It might be quite strange for reading out his own name.
Let's do the formal bit. You know, as I've alluded to, as Net Support and Classroom Cloud, I'm really chuffed that we're partnering and working with you good folks again this year. I think it's something really, really special and something that I'm really looking forward to in person, hopefully next year. So nothing awkward here at all. The nominees for this category are one very nice chap, David Harkin, Lorraine McCall, and Jess Power. And it is my pleasure, and with big respect, to announce the winner of the 2022 Edufuturists of the Year, somebody who is really making that, shall we say, ripple effect, a very worthy winner, David Harkin.
Al, thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, gents. Thank you very much. I hope you had a fantastic day. Absolute pleasure to be here. And I'm in a school at the moment, so I'm actually in the canteen. I've been put out to another room, so hopefully the noise is not too bad.
No, not at all. David, well done. Al, a worthy nominee in there, and a fantastic achievement yourself. But David, thank you. Tell us a little bit about you. You said you can see in your little bio there that you're CEO of 8 Billion Ideas. Tell us a little bit about the work that you've been doing, and what the plans are.
Cheers, Ben, and yeah, thank you very much, Al. It's just a pleasure to be in the same category as well as all the other nominees. So yeah, my name is David Harkin. Very proudly the CEO of an organisation called 8 Billion Ideas, which exists to give every single student on the planet the skills and belief to go change the world. We're very proud of our work in education, working with students as young as 4 to 18 in every learning environment, from our academies, grammar schools, international schools, independent schools, young offenders, you name it. We've worked with children all over the world. And the one thing I would say is every single child I've ever met has an amazing imagination. I've never met a child who doesn't have an amazing imagination. Just everybody's on a different journey with the skills and beliefs that they've got. So our big work is focusing on entrepreneurship, career education, and skills for the future. And I guess we kind of see the world a little bit differently. And it might be because of my background before education. So I kind of feel like I've got 4 hats spinning all the time as someone from the corporate space who came into education about 10 years ago. So knowing what big businesses really need to becoming an entrepreneur. So starting a business and working out, that kind of startup phase, turning into a micro, smaller and bigger business, to an educationalist as well, just seeing all those different learning environments. I just feel a great privilege every single day to see the amount of innovation which is happening around the world. Then lastly, as a dad, I'm a father of 3 now. I've got 3 boys, so very much a dad of lads with a 5, a 3-year-old, and a 4-week-year-old, and that gives me a new appreciation about what we're trying to make in education at 8 Billion Ideas. So I think those 4 different hats have allowed us to sometimes cut through the noise, do things a little bit differently, and build up the traction that we've had in education the last few years.
Yeah, I think that it was that last bit really. I think it's really interesting how that aligns with what we've been talking about earlier today as well. That we're all dads or parents or husbands or uncles, or we get an opportunity to do this. We serve with loads of different hats, but we want to make a difference for children, don't we? We want it to be something that is. Sometimes it's thankless. I'm about to go out off this call today to go and chair a governor's meeting. Sometimes it just feels like I could do without that, if I'm honest. However, the stuff that you're doing, the stuff that I know that a lot of people are doing here is that in the background stuff. There's some front end stuff, but there's in the background stuff. So for me, it's wanting to say a thank you to people like you, David, who continue to champion this. That you're in a school today, you've come into a canteen to be able to join into this because you're not just somebody who sits in a background pretending it's somebody who's trying to do it. So well done, thank you. I know that the Edufuturists here, you're joining an illustrious club of people here. There's Aftab Hussain, Louise Jones, Georgina Dean, some wonderful people doing some great things, and we're looking forward to hearing a little bit more about 8 Billion Ideas at some point in the future, and the continuing work that you have been doing. So thank you for joining us today. And
thank you, Ben.
Thank you again for joining us, and congratulations on your nomination. Thanks for the work that you've done with us at Net Support.
Thank you both. Thank you very much, Ben. And thank you very much, everybody. Hope you have a fantastic day.
Thanks, folks.
So, we're there. We've got here.
The day. But I suppose as we've championed it and we've said it, the Edufuturist is us in terms of the podcast, but it's you in terms of the community, everybody that's engaged today, but also our partners and our sponsors: Primary ICT, C Learning, Net Support, Pfizer IT, the NME, Canopy, Six Connections, Signinap, Learnosity, and StreamYard. All of those people that support us as a free and as a community to be able to put days on like this and the face-to-face event next year. Because without that, it just wouldn't be possible. Like I say, we're just free people. Sorry, did I just interrupt?
That was me. You know that.
Sorry, but so I think it's just our opportunity to celebrate the community and everything else, and it's not possible without the partners. It's not possible.
No, agreed.
We run behind the scenes and everything else, but actually those wonderful awards that will be sent out to people, and the heaviness of them and the potential of breaking toes and feet cost money. So thanks. A shout out as Dan skips through to you, the public vote. We've had 12,000 public votes on the awards, which is absolutely wonderful and something that we never kind of thought possible and never really thought was even we'd ever get to that point. But also for every nomination and for every winner, there's also the public vote, but also the judges: Bucky Youssef, Laura White, Lawrence Tajani, Joe Flexa Saxon, Paddy McGrath, Aftab Hussain, Georgia Dean, and Dave Leonard. Some of those people, just to bear in mind and just to say in terms of clarity, some of those people were actually nominees and potential winners as well. So they were not able to nominate on their categories. But we really champion and thank those people that voted and the judges as well that took their time out to do that. We really appreciate it. And do we do next stages again before we go to the big
just before we go to next stages, can I just do a little shout out as well to Ollie, who's been in the background doing a lot of social media. So any of the posts that you're seeing going out on social media are done from Ollie, who does some work with me. He's a phenomenal young man. Thank you for all that background work that you've done for that as well. So well done, Ollie. So yeah, next steps. What we're going to do before we get into Sagata's in-depth conversation that we had with him next year. Next stuff we're going to be doing. Next year is going to be, we say that, is going to be in person. So we are looking forward to doing that. Where, how, what is still, we've got a chat coming up very, very soon to talk about where we go with that. But I'm sure there will be lots of entertainment, lots of fun, lots of you guys here building a community, developing that stuff as well. So yeah, watch this space for that. And if anybody's got any ideas or suggestions, then do let us know for that.
Yeah, and as we said quite often throughout the day, we've created something to make sure that it's in a real manageable way in regards to listening to our podcast. We kind of formulate and bring some bits together in terms of threads of the week and other podcasts we've listened to and things that we've read. And we've seen a real rise. I think it was Dan's idea. It might have been Ben's, but it definitely wasn't mine. So then let's put a newsletter together to put all of that in one space so people can, in a bite-sized space, pick it up and read it. And one thing that we want to just talk about now, I suppose, is the fact that for those people that sign up to the newsletter, we really, really appreciate it. Thank you. It's going across the bottom of the screen. The next step for us is in terms of building the community and potential gating a community. There is no cost. It's not about money and everything else, but we want to celebrate the people that want to join the community. So very, very soon, access to certain content, YouTube and certain stuff, rather than just the podcast will still be available for all, but you'll have to sign up to the newsletter to be able to access that and get it. And we think that actually by people signing up to the community, they make the commitment as we are making to them. And that's why we are driving it to that point. For no other reason, we want to build the community. That is what the aspiration has always been. And I don't know whether Dan and Ben want to come in there before we move on to the actual big podcast.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's one of those things, isn't it? There's the three of us. There's lots of stuff we want to do. It just takes time sometimes. Takes time, and yeah, I just want to say thank you to everyone who's supported us again this year, throughout the year, to all the companies who believe in it, who are helping drive the future of education. To those who are doing it, you give us an amazing array of case studies every year to read through, to learn about, and one of the favorite, apart from the actual event, one of the favorite parts of my year is when the nominations are coming in, because you get to hear about some people who you've never heard of before, who you don't realize the work that they're doing, and they could be down the road from you, they could be across the globe somewhere. So it really gives us not just material for new podcast episodes, but actually a chance to personally develop and to learn. So thank you. And I know we've had loads of comments from the judges who are on the screen there about how much they've enjoyed reading through all the different case studies and all the work that the nominees are doing. So this is not a popularity contest. It's about saying, look, these are the guys who we're getting behind. These are the people who are leading the way here, and it's a privilege every year to do it. Yeah, bigger, better next year.
100%. Thank you. Thanks everyone. Don't forget, if you haven't done already, if you want to sponsor Steve for his big sleep out, then you can do there. The link is also in the chat. Dan, should we play the big
let's
finale?
do it. We're gonna welcome back Sagata. If you haven't got time now, this will go onto our podcast channel and onto YouTube, so please do catch it when you're free. But if you're sticking around to watch it, we're gonna put it on the screen now, and it's over and out from us for another year. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Hello and welcome to this very special episode of the Edufuturists podcast. It's a podcast like no other today. We are putting this out firstly at the end of the Edufuturists Awards. So if you're watching this, or if you're listening to this straight after the awards, we hope you had a great time at the awards, and thanks for joining us this afternoon. If you are listening or watching this at another time, then you can go back onto our YouTube channel and watch the award ceremony where we're celebrating those making the future of education happen, both in the UK and internationally as well. So yeah, we're really excited for our guest today, and it's going to be a deeper delve into a conversation that we started earlier in the awards ceremony. We're really excited to have Sagata Mitra, who's going to join us on screen in a few minutes to continue the conversation. But before we do that, lads, we've just had the Edufuturists Awards. It's been a crazy few weeks for us all, I know. How's it going for you? Have you had a good one this year?
Yeah, it's been a good year, hasn't it? Like, I know that we talked about our favourite episodes and some of the things that we've done, the opportunities we've had to interview people. Sometimes you have to pinch yourself, don't you, to think about what we actually get to do and who we get to speak to. Just three northern blokes who just trying to set up a podcast 4.5 years ago just to chat nonsense a little bit, really, it felt like. And then we get to interview some of these wonderful people. And then I think just from 10 award winners that and it could have been that all the nominees could have would have been worthy winners. And then even the people that didn't even get shortlisted, just brilliant. So for me, it's been a great year, great podcast. And I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, and tonight I'm sleeping rough. This evening I am taking part in the big CEO sleep out. So I'll have some dinner. I'll get some warmer clothes on, and I'll be sleeping out in the garden.
Is that you? Is that you plugging so that we can everybody can sponsor you who's listening, Steve?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. So if you want to, I'll drop the link into the chat and everything else, and doing the big sleep out to raise awareness and money for homeless charities and everything else. So that's I'm glad that the event's tired me out. I'll hopefully sleep better. So the stress of that will get me through. Looking forward to it. But it's been an awesome year, and you know what? It's our bit of learning.
Yeah.
And we do it because we're passionate about everything else, but we do it because we enjoy it. Yeah. And it's amazing that we kind of find like-minded wackos on a weekly basis, and the tribe and the community that we've created are people that we're not alone. We're not a lone voice anymore, and that community is growing. And I know through our mailing list, we've got 3,000 people that now subscribe to our newsletter, and that's growing, and it's significant. It's massive, isn't it? That we've now got 3,000 people that feel and think the same way that we do. Wow, we only thought we were going to be speaking to one person listening to a podcast, or we didn't think we were going to get everybody. So,
well, no, we did. We knew that my mum would like it and listen and press like and subscribe. Well done, Ben. It's really good, that kind of stuff. But I think it's just mad in it as well. Thinking about as we every year we think, what can we do next? How are we going to go? How are we going to beat this? It's been a great day, but also great year. Where do we go next? And we're super keen and what kind of watch this space where that's going to go, but we're super keen about building a community. We've said this all along. It's always been about the community and why that matters. It's not just about three lads and their opinions and the people that they manage to speak to. It's about growing a tribe and a community. So let's watch this space on that. And if anybody wants to let us know about that, hit us up on Twitter at Edufuturists. Email us, check out the website, you know the usual drills, info@edufuturists.com. You can get in touch or like and subscribe to the YouTube channel as well, so you can get that into your feed.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that thing that just picking up on what you said about sometimes feeling like lone voices and being people who position ourselves in a place where we're always looking towards the horizon of where education could go, should go, probably should have went a long time ago. We learn from those who have been doing it a lot longer than we have and who've got a lot more wisdom than we have. And we're going to do that now. We're going to bring in Professor Siddhartha Mitra, who will need no introduction if you've been watching the Edufuturists Awards. And we're going to delve into some more of his work that he's been doing over the last few decades and kind of looking at his predictions for the future of education. So let's bring Siddhartha in now. Siddhartha, good to see you again.
Good to see you, Dan.
It really is great to have you in, and congratulations again on the Outstanding Achievement Awards for 2022.
Well, thank you for considering me for that. It is a very welcome, very pleasant surprise.
No, it's like I've said offline as well. It really, we're proud to be able to give it to you, and I think it's a symbol that we're learning from you and that we have learned from you, and we want to keep learning from you as well, and your wisdom and I don't just mean that in an academic sense, because you very much are somebody who hasn't just thought about it, but you've actually gone out there and done it, and you've proved that there is another way. So let's delve into that, because you're probably most famous for the hole in the wall experiments in the 90s, and I don't want to dwell too much on that, because I think what you've got to say today is so important, and we want to talk about your predictions for the future of education. But for the people who might not be as familiar with those hole in the wall experiments, could you tell us how you came to do it, and what exactly you did do?
Well, the hole in the wall experiments are now, I don't know, 23 years ago actually, and they took place at a time which is actually very different from what we have today. I need to expand on that just a little bit. I live up here in the north of England. Just a few miles away is where the first steam engine was built. And as many people would know, its original intention was to lift coal from the mines up a slope onto the top, which was a really difficult job to do manually, pulling those things up and so on and so forth. So that's how it got built. And so Stephenson built an engine, and the engine sort of yanked the coal up. And just imagine for a moment that while he was looking at this problem, the weight of coal was changing. Let's say that he said, this is a terrible problem. We've got to take a ton of coal up half a mile. And then he said, oh, that was yesterday. Today, actually, that same ton of coal now doesn't weigh a ton. It weighs only half a ton. And the half mile that it had to go up, well, the earth shifted a bit, and it's now only a quarter of a mile. Now, that would have been a very different world for Stephenson to have tried to invent anything. Why am I telling you this? Is because we live in that second kind of world. The internet is like that. So if I say there was a problem 23 years ago on the internet, well, it would have disappeared or changed or become worse. Or this is a big difference between doing new things on the internet as opposed to doing new things with the 19th century style mechanical devices. The problems remained constant. The solutions had to be evolved to solve the problem. What we have now are problems which constantly change. So a solution has to have the capability to also constantly change along with the problem. If you can imagine that, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. I keep trying to think of analogies and explain this to children, and to say that you've all heard of rats trying to navigate through a maze. How about a rat trying to navigate through a maze, but the maze itself is changing all the time? Now, would you say, like in normal experiments, you would say, rats learn how to solve a maze if you let them do it 15 times or something like that. But if the maze were to be changing all the time, then that rule doesn't hold anymore. Maybe the rat never learns the maze. Or maybe it always gets to the end anyway, using some other method. So back then, 23 years ago, there were children who had not seen a computer, not heard of the internet, etc., except for a few rich people. I'm talking of the 1990s. If you remember, well, you probably won't remember, but for those who do remember, a personal computer, the IBM PC, used to cost about approximately a month's salary for most average people, the 2,000 or 3,000 pounds, maybe more. So very few people could afford to actually buy one and have one at home. It took a long time for people to realize that that you could have a computer at home. I mean, what on earth for? Then came the question of what happened to those rich guys when they actually did get a computer which they didn't know what to do with in their house. Well, the next problem is where I came into the picture, because some of these richer friends of mine said, I can't keep the children away from that thing, and it's expensive machine. I've told them, don't even think about it, don't do anything, but they keep wanting to touch it. And I said, so why don't you just, lock the door or something? And then they said, no, but there's something funny. The thing is, they seem to be able to tell me things which I don't know about the computer. Like if I'm trying to find a file, and these were the days of MS-DOS, a 6-year-old would say, why don't you type dir/w/p, because then it will stop at every page instead of just rolling up. And I would turn around and say, what? How do you know that? And the 6-year-old would say, well, you just did that yesterday, And I see. Okay, I forgot. So the rich people with the computers came to the conclusion that they had gifted children. And they told me about it. And I said, and they said, Sugata, my little girl, she's clearly gifted. And I thought to myself, well, all the children of the rich people seem to have suddenly become gifted. That doesn't make sense. Maybe it's something that any child would do if he had a computer, if she had a computer. But how would you? Anyway, so at that time, this strange thought came to my mind. What would happen if I took a computer and with no explanation, just put it in front of some children? Remember, it's 1999, okay? Right now, it's something that you would do casually, but then it was like saying, I'll take a nuclear submarine and give it to some children. So how would I do that? Well, I said, I'll put it on the street. It will get stolen. Well, I'll put it behind a wall. How will they see the screen? And the hole in the wall. That's how it got the name. So there's this wall, there's this hole, and there's this computer stuck through it. And the children come. It's a bit like a bank ATM, okay, except that it's 3 feet off the ground. Anyway, to quickly jump to what happened next, I switched the computer on. It was running Microsoft Windows of that time, everything in English. And a whole bunch of children in New Delhi, in a slum, who barely went to school, never seen a computer, never heard of the internet, so they came rushing around and staring at it. And then I said, I didn't say anything, I just stood there. And they looked at me. And I looked back at them. I didn't say a word. Why didn't I say a word? Because if I had said, this is a computer, this is what you have to do, then in order to educate children like them all around the world, you would need millions and millions and millions of me. We don't have that. So I just stood there quietly. Nothing happened, and I learned my first lesson, ladies and gentlemen. If you have a guy in a tie standing in front of children, they don't do anything. Okay? All creativity is completely lost. So I realized that, oh, heck, it's not because they don't understand the computer, it's because I'm there. So I turned around and I walked off. And instantly there was a babble of conversation. An hour later, another friend of mine said, I was coming to visit you, but what are those children surfing on the internet outside your main boundary wall? What's going on? So I said, what did you say? And he said, browsing the internet. I said, they're browsing on the internet? And he said, yeah. So the Times of India, one of the big newspapers, arrived. And they said, who taught them to do this? And I said, nobody. Nobody did. They just did it by themselves. And it's impossible. I mean, next, it was like saying, oh, these children, they just learned how to drive a nuclear submarine by themselves. But the thing is, the internet and the personal computer is not like a nuclear submarine. It doesn't blow things up and it doesn't drown you. You can do what you want with it and it responds back. The children learned that very, very quickly. And then they started teaching themselves. So that was the history of the experiment that got to be called the hole in the wall. What did it say? It said that, now listen, it said groups of unsupervised children given a computer with the internet on it will learn how to operate it and to use the internet. All the words are important, but particularly important is the word group. It won't happen if you have one child. You just stand there. After a while, you'll say, Dad, can you show me what to do next? Okay, you need the group. So I learned all of that, and I'm going to jump a few years. And then I came to England in 2006. By that time, the experiment was known everywhere. And right opposite Newcastle University, where I was working, is Gateshead, where I live. I met a school teacher from Gateshead, and I went with her to her school, a little primary school. And I met the children, and I gave them, I told the teacher to take out just 2 or 3 computers. And she said, well, we've got computers for everybody. I said, yeah, I know that, but just put them away back in the cupboard. Just take out 3 or 4. You know why? Because you need the groups. So I put those 2 or 3 computers in there, and the children said, what happened to the other computers? I said, I don't know. We're just going to have 3 or 4 computers. Now I'm going to ask you a question. And I asked them a question. I don't quite remember. It was something pretty simple, but interesting. Oh, yes, I remember. I asked them what would happen if they didn't cut their nails. So they kind of laughed. They were, I think, 8 years old, year 4. They said they'll grow. So I said, yeah, and how long will they grow? Oh, they'll grow very long, they said. I said, oh, very long, as in they'll grow until they go out of the window? And they laughed and said, no, not that long. So I said, oh, that's very strange. So they're going to grow long, but not that long. So after a while, they're going to stop growing. What's this with nails? Why are they there anyway? And the children said, why? And I said, well, you've got the internet. And the children said, no, it's not allowed. And I said, no, hang on. I've spoken to your principal. It is allowed for this session. Go ahead. What happened in the next 20 minutes was that we learned about anthropology, about flight, fight, about teeth and nails and why they grow, about calcium, from 9-year-olds. And the teacher's just standing there and saying, Sugata, what's going on? And I said, well, I suppose it's learning of some kind, but there's no teaching. So who's teaching them? The internet. I said, no, the internet's not teaching them. The internet's just sitting there passively. The children are just doing things to it, and it's, just reacting back. So we made a name for it. We called it self-organized learning. Okay. And that classroom with the 3 or 4 computers and 20 children around it, we called it a self-organized learning environment. I had actually managed to bring the hole in the wall to England, and it worked. It worked a lot better than India because the children spoke English. They didn't have a problem reading stuff off the screen. So we pushed the envelope further and further and further. In about 2 years' time, and all of this is published, by the way. In 2 years' time, I was able to say that groups of children given access to the internet can answer just about anything by themselves. And all hell broke loose. I wish I could say that I was instantly awarded. I was not. People said, this is absolute nonsense, this is baloney. What do you mean by they can answer everything? I said, well, how can I prove that they can answer everything? I can't ask them everything, but I can only tell you that whatever I've asked so far, they have been able to answer. So the idea sort of filtered around in the teachers in the schools in Gateshead started talking amongst themselves. Not that they said any fantastic things about all of this. They only said that, you know that guy, they used to call me the Professor Bloke. You know that Professor Bloke who comes to our school? Well, if his name is Sugata, and if you have not prepared for a lesson, you can do a Sugata with the children.
Now I see why you were popular, Sugata.
Yes. I became very popular with the school teachers.
No lesson planning, just do a Sugata.
So I was forced in Gateshead to evolve what doing a Sugata means. You know what it means? It simply means that if a teacher says, I'm supposed to teach art appreciation, and I haven't prepared anything. Now, you can't go into a classroom and say, children, today you're going to learn art appreciation. That doesn't work. But you could go in and say, who is the artist that made pictures of flowers in vases and things like that with light and shade and became very famous? And you'll get back your answer. I forget, what was the name? Cézanne. I learned that from 9-year-olds in a school called George Stephenson High School. Cézanne, so they pronounced it Susan, so I had to say, no, it's not Susan, it's Cézanne. And it's Cézanne. Oh, he used light and shade to produce what looks like 3D, they said. And I turned to the art teacher and I said, is that okay? And he said, yeah, it's more than okay. I didn't realize that they would get to that in 30 minutes. I said, oh, they did. And that's how the method started rolling out. It rolled out of Gateshead and it started traveling south into southern England. It went up into Scotland. Teachers just playing around with the method. And then it suddenly jumped because of a lecture I took in Victoria, Melbourne, in Australia. 3 or 4 school principals in Australia picked it up. And they said, you know what, it works exactly the same way here. So I said, why would it not? And they said, well, we thought it might work slightly differently from England. I said, it works just the same way. And I said, well, why don't we ask some other teachers to try it? And anyway, souls moved all over the world. Okay, it just exploded into Latin America, into the United States, everywhere. Why? Not because I had made a brilliant invention, but because teachers thought that this makes teaching easier.
It does make teaching easier because I used it. I didn't even realize it was I was talking to the lads about this the other day. Is that I remember somebody showing me this soul principle and thinking, this is well good. This is well. I didn't realize it was yours until like literally a few weeks ago, because I've not done my research like I should have done. But I think I'm listening to what you're saying, and I love that. Do you know, it's one of those when you can hear a story and you can hear how it's evolved. You can like listen for ages, and it just resonates really well. You talk about what I'm picking up is that this idea around curiosity, and I know that that's really seems like something that is at the heartbeat of this, is that actually children are super curious. In fact, a lot of people are curious until it's drilled out of them, until it's schooled out of them maybe. But curiosity is one of those things that we can tap into, and if you give people the right tools and like foster that curiosity, there's an opportunity here to do real learning and real meaningful stuff. Is that do you think that's fair in kind of summing up what you're talking about?
Yeah, absolutely. So I would use the instead of simply calling it curiosity, I would say questions. And if you think about the whole of human development, has it not all been around what people thought were cool questions? Why does this work like this? Why doesn't it work like that? Etc. We've developed using questions ever since we were, cave people. But having built up a body of knowledge, we now say we must teach the children this entire body of knowledge first before they can start asking questions. But by the time we've done with that, they've stopped asking questions, They're just saying, let me out of here. So that's what goes wrong.
Yeah, I can see that.
It does sound. It doesn't surprise me that it started in Gateshead, so got to be the best town in the world.
Wow! It didn't start in Gateshead, Dan. It started in India.
Yeah, clearly Dan's been listening. Just focused on the bit that was resonating.
It came into its own in Gateshead.
It did it, right? Okay.
No, to be very honest, I mean, you have to take the sequence of events. The hole in the wall is purely Indian. What it says is that street children can learn to use computers and the internet. The self-organized learning environment is purely Gateshead. I had no clue that that's what would happen when I came into England, because in England I didn't have to deal with illiterate children roaming around in the streets. So when I was in the classroom, what could I do? Well, I could just ask them something that would catch their attention. And that's where I learned that this is how it works. I, of course, told the children the story of the hole in the wall. And I still remember in Gateshead a remarkable experience of my explaining to a year 4 or year 5 class. And I said, let me tell you about India. They would all sit up if I said, let me tell you something about India. I said, I did this experiment. I put a computer with internet on it. And there were children who couldn't read and write, never seen a computer, never seen the internet. What do you think they did with it? And I thought, they would get, oh, what did they do? Nothing of the sort. They just muttered amongst themselves for a little while, and then they turned to me and said they would have figured it out in a couple of minutes, I guess. And I said, gosh, these children knew the answer even before I had done the experiment. It's just that nobody asked the children this. Okay, back in the 90s, we only told the children to stay away from the computer. It's very expensive. So anyway, so the thing is that there was the soul, which kind of developed into England. It's kind of romantic, isn't it? The hole in the wall came all the way from England from India into England, became the self-organized learning environment, and went drifting back down south into India and Australia.
And it does sound like, when you were saying before, it sounds like in order to do this, you have to have a real craft of asking the right type of question and really craft that question. It seems to be a kind of the polar opposite to what we see teaching as on the whole, where it's more crafting an answer. How do we craft the curriculum, the content, the answers to the world's questions? And I suppose, and you've touched on it before, if you're gonna flip learning on its head like that, Sagar, you're gonna get resistance, aren't you? You're gonna get people who disagree with you, and I know you did touch on it before. I think especially as 3 educators here, or former educators from the UK, we see a lot of that today still in 2022. A lot of wanting to return to traditional schooling, to that type of schooling where it's all about the craft and the right answer, and not necessarily asking the questions that, like you say. Yeah, I guess it's, and I noticed as well, and it'd be great to get onto the TES article that came out in March, when you kind of outline some of the predictions for the future. But even that article, I remember going on Twitter and seeing it on Twitter, and some of the reactions on the comments on Twitter from traditional style teachers who were having a go at the ideas in the article. I suppose on a personal level, do you get a lot of that? Do you get a lot of resistance? And I suppose, what's your attitude to that resistance?
Well, I do, but to be honest, I don't get a lot of resistance. What I get increasingly now are people who say, yeah, we didn't see it coming. Okay, which is a very hopeful sign. And remember that example I was giving you about how the nature of the problem itself changes. If the nature of a problem changes as you're solving it, then people's attitudes also change accordingly. So today in 2022, nobody's surprised that children have access to the internet, or that they can do fascinating things on the internet. Everybody knows that if you have a problem with your mobile phone, you should look for the nearest 12-year-old. And they'll probably sort it out for you. Yeah. So we've gotten used to this idea. But there are people who strongly resent this change. It's not that they resent my work, they resent the change. They want to wish it wasn't there. So a very popular phrase is when we go back to normal, which I think is really a very poor statement to make about life when we go back to normal. So so that is what I've been sort of struggling a bit with, and also with where the internet is going now, which is, I guess, we should switch in this conversation now to that bit. Where are we headed now? Well, let me tell you that a lot of people used to ask me, at what age can you do a soul? And I used to say 8 years, maybe 7, 8. Why? Because they can read by then. And it's important that they should be able to look at the screen and see what's written over there. Well, a couple of months ago, I met a teacher in New Mexico in the United States who said, "Oh, I'm so happy that you're here, that you invented the soul, and I use the soul all the time." And I said, "Oh, fantastic. So, what do you use the soul for?" And she said, "It's really wonderful for 2-year-olds." And I said, What? Just come again." She said, 2-year-olds. I said, 2-year-olds, but they can't read. So she said, "No, they can't. So what?" And I suddenly realized what was going on. The 2-year-olds were talking to the devices, and the devices were talking back. And it was like, it still gives me goose pimples when I think of that I would live to see a world where a little plastic square would talk back to you when you spoke to it. And I reacted with, a mixture of joy and horror. Joy because the children now have the capability to answer a question at any age. Just ask the question. And at the same time, there's the danger that they will give you an utterly wrong point of view or a completely wrong course of action. A 3-year-old might say, there's a smell of smoke in the house. And the little plastic square might just say, "Why didn't you open a window?" Instead of saying, "Call somebody, call the police," or whatever. So it needs regulation like any fledgling technology, but this whole idea of being able to process speech, being able to see, process image, it's changing learning once again.
And maybe if Neuralink, Elon Musk Neuralink actually happens, as soon as they come out of the womb, they've got a thought and it gives them an answer. So it could even, it's I'm being facetious, but I think I look at that as an idea in terms of, I've got an 8-year-old, I used to say 7-year-old, she's had a birthday since we were last on. I have an 8-year-old and an 11-year-old who genuinely are, they're just sponges, and the kids are sponges, aren't they? And if you give them something they're interested in and then have got an opportunity, they're both learning to play the piano. Wow. It was a challenge to get that to happen. I've always thought, I think it's an important thing for them to learn. Grandparents bought them a piano, and then my old piano teacher also is teaching them how to play the piano, which is lovely. But she was having a conversation this week. She said there's been a massive breakthrough in the eldest one, who just is starting to read the music. As they've only been learning 3 or 4 months, but rather than just going slowly, she's seeing it in front of her, and there's patterns starting to appear, and she's starting to understand. And it's that level of learning that happens because what's happened is because she's got functionality of being able to know where the notes are and know what the notation looks like. She's got that level of foundational understanding, like you were talking about in terms of reading. She's starting now to learn how that then turns into tune, into tempo, and you think that could be a really nice thing. And I think that's what's happening in terms of the process you're talking about there. There's the foundations, and then foundations can get younger and younger and younger. As long as they get the foundations learning, then they can go and explore. And that exploratory learning, that curious questioning stuff that you talked about in your article about questioning and then investigation, and then learning happens, isn't it? And that's essentially what's happening, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that it is. But let me play my own critic and say that that process, we know that process works and children love it, but there is no curriculum, there is no order. Okay, so what happens to schooling? And most importantly, what happens to examinations? So as I was watching the times change, and I was looking at this new kind of hole in the wall appear, which is computers talking, I suddenly thought the exams are absolutely the opposite of this. We're going to have a generation of children who grew up with the internet, who have their phones with them all the time, except when they're having an exam. And at that point, you'll tell them, put away all the devices. It's completely unnatural. So I started to say, about a couple of years ago, why don't we allow the use of the internet, the use of smartphones during exams? And I must tell you that no one was happy about this suggestion. I said, why are you unhappy? And one of the answers I got in England from an English school teacher was, oh, but they'll answer everything, she said. And I said, well, I mean, don't you want them to? What are these exams for? I don't know. I mean, if you look at the questions in the exams, well, they have changed a bit, but by and large, they're still about facts. Facts that you can Google and get in an instant. They're from a time when, if you ever needed that information, you would not have access to the books, the libraries, the teachers that you need in order to be able to access that information. Whoever made that curriculum would not, in their wildest imaginations, have imagined a situation where a little black rectangle of plastic would actually play the role of all of that, of libraries, of teachers, of lecturers, of everything. So we can't just say, oh, they made a bad system. They did not. They made a perfect system for that time, for the 18th and the 19th centuries. After all, it kept the entire world running. And I can say this confidently. The British school education system kept the world running for a century, if not longer, because there was no alternative as such. A few here and there, but by and large, the problem is that it is out of date now, so it needs to change. Who is going to change it? And here we have a problem which is special to Britain. Because Britain invented that system, they're very fond of it. They will find it the hardest to change out of there. So what are the steps that we need? Well, according to me, the first thing is allow the internet during exams. Well, nobody listened for 3 years, as I said, but last year somebody did. The government of Israel, of all people. And they tried a whole sequence of exams where they allowed the students to use the internet, and they sent me all the data. I checked the data. There was an increase in the scores, but you know how much? Just 10%. I said, wow, that's all? Such an anticlimax. And then I looked at what was happening in the UK. Because of COVID, we didn't have the GCSEs for almost 2 years. And during those 2 years, teachers were asked to simply allocate marks based on a student's past performance. And I took that data, and guess what? It was only 10% more than the historical average. I said, so there's this magic number, then 10%. It's appeared here, it's appeared in Israel. What's going on? The Israel government said, we will allow the use of the internet during exams. They said this in the OECD education meeting just this month, early June in Jerusalem. I was there. And I said, how did you decide to do take such a quick decision? Well, they said, firstly, there's your data about the 10%. But secondly, do you know how much money we spend on invigilation of exams? It's millions. We're going to sack all the invigilators, and that's it, and give them all the internet and let it go through. They'll get 10% more. We'll reduce the marks by 10%. So, I mean, not the very best solution, I'm afraid. But the thing is, it's actually gone through. And to be more serious, it has to happen everywhere because we can't stop it. How are you going to stop it? This year, you're going to look for mobile phones on people. Next year, you're going to look for Bluetooth earbuds. The year after that, you're going to look for false teeth inside which there's a microchip which receives the internet and sends it to your ears. It's endless. The internet is going to come into the exam like it does in real life.
It's an interesting one because in England, maybe as a response to the potential of, well, they use it all of the time, so why not use it in the exam? There is a narrative to say, ban the mobile phones in schools. Could that be the reason why they're saying, well, they don't use it on a regular basis in schools, they don't use it for learning at all, so why would they use it in the exam? I think that's the thing that let's be honest, because if they allow it in the classroom, it becomes common practice and for better. Yeah. But I think that's probably one of the reasons why they've seen it coming and not allowing it.
Oh, absolutely. And there are also financial considerations. For example, in universities, in Newcastle University, a group of students once asked me, why is the university charging £10,000 a year for us to listen to lectures that we could have Googled in 5 minutes? Now, they were overstating the case, but I think it made sense what they were saying. I think a person who's entering a classroom to teach something should stop for a minute and say, if instead of teaching, I were to ask the students to learn this off the internet, would they be able to? And all my work seems to say yes. So that brings a totally different twist on where education should be headed. We don't need to know stuff in advance. You know, that's what our whole education system is about, knowing things in advance, just in case you ever need that information. You know, what's an oxbow lake? Okay, so you were taught what an oxbow lake is. I don't know why. I mean, just in case we got lost in one, I guess, or something. But the thing is, even if you ever needed to know what an oxbow lake was, today, all you need is a phone. It'll tell you in a second what it is. And it'll even tell you what to do if you're in trouble in an oxbow lake. So anyway, so this whole nature of the educational system is changing. The internet is changing along with it. The internet can now see, it can hear, it can talk, and hold your breath, perhaps it can think. Or could it be that it's only pretending to do these things? See, hear, talk, think. I don't know the answer, but it's a big question. And we need to prepare a generation of young people to confront that question, because they will face it in their lives. Is it really thinking, or is it make-believe? How are we going to do that? According to me, very simple step. We need to introduce a new subject into schools, a subject called the internet. Why do we have physics in school? Why do we have chemistry in school? Well, among other reasons, so that you can figure out how your refrigerator works, or how your air conditioner works, or how your gas heating works. We know all of these things from these subjects, okay? And those subjects were not always there. They came in when they were required. How can we have our children growing up with the internet 24/7 without knowing how WhatsApp works? I ask this to many people. When you type a message into your phone and it gets into the other phone, what happens in between? Where does it go? Everybody guesses. Oh, it goes to a server. What does that mean? Which server? Whose server? Why? Oh, it can go to one of many servers. Are you sure? No, I'm not sure. That's what I heard. Why aren't we teaching the internet as a subject? Why don't we know what's inside our mobile phones? You know what's inside your refrigerator. You are in no danger of saying, I have a question. Does my refrigerator think? But you don't know what's inside your mobile phone. And therefore, if I say, maybe your mobile phone can think, you don't know what to do about that statement. We need this subject. So okay, you need a subject called the internet. which will teach about networking, about machines, about how basic computing works, and so on, and to teach it to 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds, 10-year-olds. It will also teach about networks of human beings and how information can get distorted within networks, how emergent order can appear. All of that. It's a fascinating subject. It's how nature works. If we have to drop one of the existing subjects to do it, I would say go ahead, drop it, because this is really important. So if we add that as a subject, and if I can make you agree that you must add it as a subject, then I have trapped you, because my next question will be, who is going to teach that? And you would say, you'll never find a teacher, because anyone who can teach the internet will be working at a much more higher paying job with some computing company somewhere. Why would they become a school teacher in the first place? I would say, how about textbooks? And you would say, oh, you can't have a textbook on the internet as a subject because it will change every day. So you can't. So you have a subject called the internet. It cannot have a textbook. It cannot have teachers. So how can it be learned? It can only be learned from the internet. And how can you examine for it? It can only be examined using the internet. So if you agree that the internet as a subject should be introduced into schools, then you've already agreed to my method and my method of assessment. Okay, this is my sinister plot. But I hope it made sense what I'm saying. About. I mean, you guys have young children. You're talking about 8-year-olds, about 11-year-olds. Think of them 30 years from now. You want to go around saying, I don't know what the internet is because they never dealt with it in school?
No, absolutely not. And I think, I suppose what you're suggesting is, it seems really obvious. Like you've talked about exams, and I talked about the kind of craziness of exams. I wrote a piece recently about the idea of how exams are just broken as a concept, even just from printing them all out and then scanning them in and all the things that go with it, and the timeness and that idea of memory, and expecting people to remember, a young person to remember it under that pressure. And it's about what they can remember in that moment, as opposed to what's actually. I think I also talked about this idea that I did A-levels in Latin. I say this all the time. Sorry, lads. I say this all the time, and listeners. Latin, classics, and history. And I don't remember hardly anything of it because it didn't need it. And you said that that idea about that just in case learning, and you're talking about, like, I suppose that Toyota model of just in time learning. You learn as you need it, as we go. I think you're suggesting some really radical things here. And in the article around, like, the internet in exams is radical in and of itself, but some of the stuff that it goes into is like super radical. No schools. Like, schools won't exist. Let's can we go there, because that is super radical, and I think we probably need to see what you mean by that.
Well, I mean, should schools exist? I believe that they should, but what they should be doing, I think, is worth a complete rethink. And it's not the first time in history that's happened. There was a time when schools were meant only for verbal memorization. I mean, I come from a country, India, where this art was extremely developed. They actually passed down books by memory for thousands and thousands of years. It's a very efficient method. But do we need that now? Of course not. I mean, that would be ridiculous if we had to retain a method like that. So we have to re-look at our methods. And while we are talking about radical things, there's something else I need to say. It's about the word knowing. We use it all the time. Do you know history? Do you know geography? Do you know how to use this computer? Do you know this? Do you know that? What if I were to say, what does knowing mean? So then you would say something like this. I want, you ask me, do you know the way to the central station in Newcastle? And I say, no. And then I take out my phone and I follow the instructions and I get to Newcastle, like we all do without knowing where we're going. And I reach it. When I reach it, you ask me, but you said you didn't know. And I said, no, I still don't know. So do I know or do I not? I have a phrase for it, just for fun. A phrase for our age. I call it the end of knowing. Imagine your children growing up in that age, where if you say, hey, do you know how to make apple crumble? And your daughter, instead of saying yes or no, says, what do you mean by no? My phone knows how to do it. So we need to think about that as well. I actually wrote an article about it in a book commemorating 50 years of Seymour Papert's original book called 50 Things to Do with a Computer, which I think started educational technology for children. So at the end of 50 years, one of his students brought out a thing saying 50 things to do with a computer 50 years forward. And I got invited to write an article, and that article is there in the book. It's called The End of Knowing.
Go on, Dan, sorry.
No, I'm just I'm just thinking back to the exams as well, and like what you said is happening in Israel. I'm just thinking, does it not? Surely the examining there it's not necessarily about the knowing. So you can put, let's say you put 50 questions on a paper, and say you can use the computer. The test there isn't, and it links to what you're saying at the moment as well. And I think the test there isn't necessarily about, do you know the answers to those questions? It's more, do you know how to find the answer, and then what to do with it when you do find it, or kind of how do you sift through the fake news from the real news, and how do you distill down what actually the right answer is, and then how do you put it in a context that's actually going to be usable? And I suppose is it those skills that will replace the knowing? Is it
absolutely?
And I suppose if you get to that point, do you even need subjects anymore in a school? Because
Well, I kind of agree that the whole idea of a subject, of this boxes in which we place certain amounts of, it's not particularly accurate, but it is actually quite useful. It is useful for transporting, a subject from one place to another in a box. That's why I said introduce a subject called the internet. But I agree with Dan entirely to say that, what does that mean? I mean, the internet of what? The internet where? Who? Whatever. Even plants use the internet. We know that now. So we don't need those boxes, except for the purposes of transportation of knowledge, and perhaps for defining a teacher for this box and a teacher for that box. Otherwise, we would have to rethink the entire terminology of who a teacher is and what a teacher is for, which also we will need to do.
Yeah, I think, well, if a teacher becomes about, and I think when we met a few weeks ago, we were talking about the whole idea of, and we've talked to, and I know Rob Hoban from the Agora School in the Netherlands, and kind of their model of, well, if you need to speak to an expert about something, let's actually go into the real world and find an expert on that subject, because the teacher can't be an expert on every aspect of their subject. Does that whole model of a teacher change from a teacher to a coach, a mentor, someone who can ask the right questions rather than answer the right questions?
Yeah, sometimes not even that. I have a model. I have a role model for this, and he's very old. It's Socrates. He was a teacher like that. According to me, he was one of the greatest, one of the most forward-thinking people the world has ever seen, I think. It's not, he did not even make up all the questions himself. He raised one or two, and then the students would start raising the questions, and all he would say would be, so what do you think? and another discussion and another discussion. And it seems to me ironic that 2,500 years later, there was another man who used this method to actually change people's brains, to change people's minds. You know who that was? The guy who said, "What do you think?" all the time. It was Sigmund Freud. When somebody said, I'm feeling extremely annoyed, and he would say, "Why?" And he'd say, "I don't know." And he would say, "Well, what do you think? Why?" And so on and on and on. It was very Socratic, his psychoanalytical methods. But anyway, back to Socrates. He drove the whole system with questions, except that he didn't have the internet. So it was even harder for him because all the questions had to be done through what he called an examination of principles. And he's famous for saying an unexamined life is not worth living. So he used this method of examination. But we have much better than that. We have the internet, which is basically the knowledge of billions of people. All we need to know to do, as Dan said, is to be able to navigate through that, to figure out what can be accurate, what's not accurate, what's good, what's bad. And that skill, our children will absolutely have to have. Actually, even we needed to have that, because it's not as though every newspaper and every TV channel speaking the truth all the time. We've all learned how to figure out the good stuff from the bad stuff, and we're not always very accurate at it. Sometimes we make mistakes. So those skills are required. But what I think is very essential is to understand that the internet, it has behavior of its own. And that's something which people sort of find very hard to grasp, that a network has behavior of its own. Although people have said this over and over again, it's not a new idea. It's in economics, it's called spontaneous order. That's how stock markets work. You can't say that the stock market or the stock price of a company depends on stockbrokers. It's the collective opinion of millions of stockbrokers that produces spontaneous order in the system. The internet's doing that, billions of times over. What will come? I don't know. I can't predict that. But all I know is that we cannot hold it back from the children and then hope that they'll, that'll be really unfair to say, you don't use it. What happens when we are gone? They're going to be left with the open internet in front of them. I think we should bring it into our homes, bring it into our schools. We should go in there, and as I've often said to teachers, and I would say to parents, the operating principle is, you go there, I'll come with you as long as I can.
Yeah, and I think if it doesn't happen, we're already starting to see splinter groups of children around the world who are accessing online schools and gaining skills that can't be gained in a traditional school. I mean, just a couple of weeks ago, we had guests on the podcast who were creating a school within the metaverse. So the students would put on a virtual reality headset, and they would take part in their schooling through a virtual reality world based in the internet. And if that gets taken up by various groups of children, we're going to see a real split, I think.
We will. But I should also raise a bit of a warning fact there. A lot of ed tech tries to focus on recreating on the internet what existed in 3D space. So here's a super duper video conferencing model which makes it look as though you're in a real classroom. But do I actually need that? It's like saying, what if Mercedes were to say, our new model of car will be so good that you won't be able to tell if you're in a horse and cart or in a real car. You can't make a car behave like a horse and cart anyway, and you shouldn't. Similarly, I don't see why we should make the internet behave as though, it's a classroom. So if Meta does it right, then they should create a world which is not like the physical world, which doesn't have the defects that the physical world has, and which doesn't involve students sitting next to each other in rows and columns, etc., etc. If they don't do it right, and they may not do it right because of economic reasons, because it's easier to sell to parents the idea that on the internet it looks exactly like it would in a real life classroom. Parents could buy into that sort of thing, but that would be really unfair.
Yeah, 100% agree. I think we're going to wrap it up there, Sigata. Thank you so much for your time today and for joining us for the awards ceremony, and congratulations again. Another award there for your trophy cabinet.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's lovely. But let's move to the next step.
Yes, definitely. And let's stay in touch. I know we're geographically very close, but let's keep talking and driving this agenda, because I think it's important for our children and the children after them.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Sigata. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Cheers,
guys.
Cheers.
Cheers. I enjoyed that. Thank you.